telecoms, and the corporate real estate. So the insights you'll be getting today are drawn from real-life challenges and solutions. How many of us are excited about that? Fantastic. He is a certified facility management professional recognized by both the International Facility Management Association and the British Institute of Facilities Management. More importantly, he is also a certified instructor for IFMA's FMP, Facility Management Program, and SFP, Sustainability Facility Program, which means he doesn't just practice. He's not just practicing it. He knows how to break things down in a way that is easy to understand and apply. How many of us have been under this tutorship? Anybody? And I'm sure you can testify about what I've just said. Great. I encourage every one of us, everyone, to be engaged. Don't just sit and be engaged. Ask questions and make the most of this session. Please join me in welcoming our facilitator, Mr. Paul O. Rubami. He is called the Stewardship of Facility Management. Right in the facility management. The steward himself is going to take us in this training. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me lay it out. This morning as I walk in here, I'll tell you. We spend 3 months planning for the session. We hold it once or twice a year. We spend close to 2 million advertising it alone. Yesterday, I placed an order for spaghetti and turkey for 100 people. And I came in this morning and I came in July. So I had to tell them, please cancel the order, or at least reduce the number. What drives a person like me is impact. I do all things I do for the industry because I want to reach and change lives for the better. It becomes a very sad moment when I put all that effort, resources, and money. And I find that people sign up, give or take 200-300. And then at the point of showing up for you, I find them. So I start with that. So that by the time you get through to the end of this session, you will probably be able to think back and ask, what should I have done better? Who else do I know what I brought? Who do I know now that I can chat up and say, join online, come with it happening, or come here in time. I've had sessions in the past where the people commentating in crowds, we had to split sessions where we have a session here and say, those over 150 hours that is can come in, but you can let them online and come here and start to start that session. We've done it before. And we put in a lot of passion, a lot of effort, a lot of dedication to it. And we do it because we also want to model to you who we are teaching, training, and guiding. That excellence has there's no middle ground for excellence. It's either you are there or you are not there. And so when you hear, I expect that you're able to act on things you hear and make a positive change in your life and your career. So for those of you who are here, I want to say, give yourself a round of applause. You are 1 in a million, literally, because we reach out to more than 10 million people through our social media and other messaging platforms. And we had about 1,000 registered. So special for not only seeing it, appreciating what this could be for you, and then taking the step to actually okay. So when it goes I'm talking about other practice like I will not only able to particular management to make things better with the environment out of the contact there. I went into it because I want to build capacity in the industry. Let me give you a bit of the background of that. In Nigeria today, there is no first degree or initiation degree in practice. Is there anyone who knows any of such? So it all comes from different walks of life, studying all kinds of material from where to ask randomly, what are we studying? How do we study? That's the whole topic. Business admin, accounting, electrical engineering, national relations. Environmental technology comes out here. Electrical engineering. These are administration. These are me. Architecture. Building tech. Science lab. Institute. All of us study one thing or the other. I to study architecture. But once I was studying architecture, I realized that something was happening in our industry. There were so many people who will build. So from the surveyors, land and estates, to the designers, architecture, urban landscaping, to the planners, to the layout, to the engineers, who will do all the design, to the builders who will build. But there was really no one being trained to manage. So right from my first degree in architecture, I said I wanted to go on and have a master's. I was so much in a hurry. Let me that. I went to facility management. I became one of the first people certified facility managers in them. All the certifications that are available internationally. I want to all. But of course, the cost of this certification is battling in price and inflation done at $2,000, $2,000, but naira sounds decide to go on and create local credential. And that's what impacts the management master plan. And we try to use this credential to fill the gap in the industry. And what we do that? We want to make sure people who are valid have an opportunity to work in the industry environment, for those who have not progressed transition. We are able to give them a credential, a certification that they can use to show package it in such a way that will teach you the knowledge, working with top experts in the industry who are passionate. None of our facilitators are academics that have done. Even though I teach the master's program at University of Lagos, facility management, I don't consider myself an academic because I've been a practitioner all. That's how all 15 of us are engaged with the bit. Okay, so the package to teach you, show you by experience that we share, and also give you an opportunity to practice while on the program. That's why we have the 6 projects that you execute as part of the training course. Those who are transitioning into FM and those who are trying to start their career in FM, we give them opportunity also seek and apply for an internship opportunity for 6 months where you practice what you have learned. So in essence, we give you both the knowledge, the experience, and opportunity to show that you can do it. So that when you go out there to say I'm a facility manager, why a facility manager indeed, not just. So what are the opportunities that we are trying to bring to you? If we build today, some will manage. Do you agree? The buildings that have been built before need to be managed. The buildings that are going to be built in the future also need to be managed. So let's put all the careers in this environment in perspective. Those who are involved in the building process, they will build and hands up businesses and move on to another one. Okay? So they will have career breaks in terms of work breaks. Work 3 years, look for another job, years ago, 5 years, for another job, isn't it? But the facility manager is connected to the building for that. Let me tell you some of my motivations that drove this, apart from the fact that there was an evident gap in the industry, but the fact that we spend more in running the facility over its lifetime than we spend building it. I'm managing a facility right now that we're doing for over 20 billion naira. Over 20 billion went into that. Big spread. Over the next 50 years, we can guess how much time we spend on that facility. Anyone? And spend. Over the next 50 to 100 years, I will spend over 200 billion. Who is hiring? Builders or the manager? The manager. The builders have built 20 billion. Yay! Make some money, they move on, isn't it? But I am going to manage that. Even if it's not me, someone else does. Some of the managers have to keep that with money. And that's where the money is. So, do you see opportunity? That's it. That's just one. You have to meet it. This management is about people. You are giving them not just a space, but giving them an experience for that space, isn't it? And what's an experience? Everything from what the eye sees, what the skin perceives, what the tongue tastes, what the water, what the body feels, what it doesn't think, the mood, the lighting, isn't it? They're giving that experience. They are creating connections, they are creating communities that have to interact with one another. So the skills you need as a facility manager is now intertwined, fusing the spaces you are creating with the people that are going to live in it. Between the space and the people, which one is more complex, more complicated? Between the spaces and the people. Do you still consider yourself a facility manager as a manager of buildings or a manager of people? Fantastic. Fantastic. Understand by establishing first. Because the building was built because of people. So if for any reason you are disconnected without reason, that's high level consideration of why we built it first with lots of us. Okay. So once again, I want to say welcome to the FM Masterclass. Diploma for those of you who take diploma and to the free training we are running today. I hope those who are online are hearing it clearly. Can not please confirm that the audio online is perfect and that we can get reactions and commitment from the team on the group online. We want to be sure we are all actively in whatsoever. So I want to start with a bit of an introduction. I will run through this introduction session. I'll give you some technical concepts you can take note of, you can remember. I'm going to come with a kind of activity and we'll help us to network and etc.
We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you online.
Sorry, your voice is breaking. We can't hear you.
It's slide out. Let me close this one.
Where is the flight from?
I want to close this one. So
and it's breaking.
Buy this now.
I want to open it PowerPoint. So I'm able to move it safely.
We're waiting for the slides to come out and they are online. Are we still with us online? We'll just have a little activity. Okay? Please just make it engaging. We have facility managers here, right? We have facility managers here. Okay, I want you to do something. Everyone, bring out one item that represents your job, what you are doing now. Bring out one item. Your pocket, your bag, check and bring out one item that represents the job you are doing right now. I'm not proud of what we are doing. Electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, real estate surveyor. Bring out one item that represents what you are doing now. Online, if you have them, just put on your video and let's see you show your something that represents what you are doing. I can't see anybody bring out a video. Okay? What is before? Pen. Okay, let's start with you. Can you please sign? You have 30 seconds to explain that item you are holding. Let everyone see. Let's not watch it. And 30 seconds to explain what you use it for. Yes. Yes, your time starts now.
This is tester. This could dictate correct.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Did we hear you? Okay, I saw phones all over the place. Can we have you, please?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Explain what you use the phone.
So my mobile phone helps me access all the complaints that I get from different facilities.
Different facilities. Fantastic. Who else had something else? Pens. Some people said pens. Who said pen? Don't be shy. Somebody said pen. Okay, online, did anyone signify? Okay, there's somebody over there. Pen, right? Okay, let's have it.
All right, so in my facility, I use my pen to take note of anything I need to do, or I should do this for the day.
Like the login and all of those kind of things.
Yeah.
So you see that all that we do, we have something to represent. Don't ever be shy to show what you use your stuff for. Some people are thinking at phone. I saw somebody's face. I don't want to look at the person. Everybody just look straight. Just look at it. Don't bother looking sideways. And when they said phone, the person was like, phone. And also jotting material. Anybody online?
Yeah, Allen key.
Okay.
One said Allen key.
Allen key. Please, can you explain what your Allen key is used for? Can we hear him if he speaks? Can you unmute him? Are you able to do that? Otherwise, we move on to the next thing.
I'm not able to do that.
You are not able
It is used to fix chair, losing chair at the office. That's what the person.
It's used to fix what?
Chair.
Chairs.
Yeah, losing chair at the office.
Fantastic. You see that we are all unique in our fields. We are all unique in our fields. We go to the next icebreaker. If facility manager has a superpower, what should it be? If facility managers have a superpower, what should it be? Online, I hope you got me. If facility managers have a superpower, who can help us with that? Everybody should know at least something. There should be something. Yes.
From solutions to
Sorry?
solutions to issues.
From solutions to issues. So time control, right? Fantastic. Superpower.
The ability to see a problem before it arises.
Before it arrives, predictive breakdown. So you predict it before it happens, right? Fantastic. That's another superpower over there.
Proactive.
How to we just heard from the Asiwaju himself, and he said the people are most important, right? So how to, and somebody said something online.
Proactiveness, communication. He owns the building and communicates with it.
Absolutely. That's what facility managers do, right? There are so many others. Can somebody else help us?
Effective fund management.
Effective fund management. In fact, that particular one, you know, companies, when they want to squeeze facility managers, you spend money too much. Your own is just spending and spending and spending. But effective fund management is so key. One of our superpowers. Somebody raise their hand here. Sorry, let's have our architect, right? Safety. Safety. You are working with people. You must shine your eyes so that they are all get safe in their environment.
Okay, that's awesome. We will take one more icebreaker before we call on our PYP to continue from where we have stopped. Does anyone have an experience with HVAC system? You've not had any HVAC person here, right? Or does anybody have any experience? Okay, let's leave that for later. Let's with an applause again, because the first session of what Mr. Paul has just given us now, in fact, it's enough for us to say, let us start going home and let's organize ourselves and become good facility manager. But let's give him an applause.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that. I like this picture. Can tell me how long that picture? Yes. 5 years back. 35 years back. That video was taken in 2014. So that's how many years now? 12 years, right? Yeah. So when I saw it on this slide, I'm like, I was asking my secretary, this picture is what you're using on this slide. I won't take it up, but I said, no, I like this this young father. You know, once you cross 50, start getting old. You can't help it. Before you are 50, you think, you know, before you are 50, you still feel that life has not started. You know, once you cross 50, the reality hits that or more. So start enjoying remembering the days where you were young, but importantly, you still have the opportunity and you are not yet 50. Decide now that by the time you are 50 plus, you look back and say, I made it course and I walked the walk and I'm fulfilled in my life and my career. Because not many over 50s can look back like I would do and say, I like this my picture. I was an accomplished young man, right? Not many. Not able have the chance or the opportunity to carve a career for themselves where they can look back and say, I didn't waste my years. Okay? And that's what we do here in Max-Migold. Make sure that I look back and say, I did not waste my years. Okay, so just a little bit about me. So Max-Migold. People call us and say, what does Max-Migold do? Most people, because of our campaign for training and capacity building, so Max-Migold trains facility managers. But training for us is a way to build the industry. Training per se does not pay bills. If it did, the training would have been a lot more expensive. So when we say the FM Masterclass is now 975,000 for a 3 months course, people are like, it's expensive. But if I were to use that, if I were to put the cost of me and running the program on that, it would cost at least 14 to 15 million. You know why? You know why? No. Once you reach a certain level of professional accomplishment, you have your rates, your daily rates. So for me, being here to teach today, my typical rate will be 2,500 USD. If I multiply that at 1 to Naira, that will be how much? Somewhere around 3.5 million. That's what you give me for showing up. There are many people who are not doing professional training, whose job is motivational speaking. And they charge as much as 25 million a day. You know that. You know that. That's what make you happy. Another make you happy for a few hours, pay them 25 million a day. And by the time I start reading the profile of the other facilitators on this program, you'll realize that it's not cheap to have people like that come to teach. And that's besides the venue, the food, the other internet and facilities that they do. So it's no longer cheap. But do we have a return on investment on particular network? I can tell you it's very, very high. In the last 10 years of 26, I think people coming from NYSC, why their mates, engineers, fellow engineers, estate manager, and the rest from school, why their mates went on to practice the typical convention of apprenticeship or working with a senior consultant and the rest. They came in and they did the FM Master Diploma when it was 265,000, 2016, 350, 2018, 550 to 600, 2021, 2022, right? They left, branched out, and they came to invest and do this. 3 to 5 years down the line, a typical person who left school and came for the FM Diploma is earning 4 to 5 times his mates who they left school together. 4 to 5 times. I'm talking about someone left school from 5, 6 years and is still being promoted from 210,000 to 230,000 and then he's celebrating this. Person who did the FM Master Diploma 5 years ago is going for interview and they're offering 750 and they say, it's too small. We are working right now. Any 850 plus. They left school together and said, one decided to make this investment and the other decided to go and make a professional. I'm not talking about those who didn't even get work after they left school. I hope you know there are many who didn't get a job after they left school. So they end up bringing refuge from lots and services of those things. So I went into agency, go from street to street, put one flats available here and there, right? And one way or the other, they made some money here and there. But those monies come one here, one there, isn't it? It is not steady. So even if you can buy a car from one deal today, when the next car will come, you don't know, right? But if you're in an industry where the demand is always high, you're always going to be guaranteed a continuous flow. And so when somebody called me and said, I'm looking for a person manager, I can pay 250,000. We scanned our entire database. We didn't find it. I had to look for one person. I said, please go and take up this job for 250K. When you got there, they said, it's fun, cannot do the job. Or the requirements, customers are very, very smart now. They know what FM should do. Cannot do the job or that. We don't think we can use it. I said, okay, don't worry. We'll send the next batch of 5 for you to interview. Interview 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the lowest they could get among the fresh people from the FMC was 450. So 2 weeks later, I called me back and said, hey, we'll have to find a way to manage. What am I trying to say here? The demand is rising. I predicted in 2019 that the FM industry is going to have a massive shortage of skills. So when the employers come to that, I can think about why people just expect so much high salary. It's not their fault. The demand and supply is not matching. The supply is very low compared to the demand. The way you are looking for, and that's why everybody else is looking for managers. So I started giving the employers another strategy. Send all the people that are currently paying 120, 150 now for training. So that if you train them, they'll give you value. You understand? And then over time, you can benefit from the investment you have made in them. Yeah, that's it. So, what is that concern? You know that concern? How do I pay somebody 120, take you for a 970 training, and expect him to still be earning 120? Will he earn 120 again? So, in your mind, you must make up your mind that I'm going to do 970 training. I must move him to 250 at least to start with. I don't know what I'm saying. Then you create a connection, a bond that, oh, you like him, you also want to put something back. Even if he works for 2 years after gaining this experience, this training with you, you would have put 10 times your investment. You know how much you are wasting in energy consumption. Let me give you one typical where value losses happen. Many of us work at that. I thought about wasting one of my recent classes. Your refuge is money. Do we know that? But it's being wasted. We have estates where apartments are hence not yet occupied. But if you meter the energy consumption, you will find hundreds of thousands of naira being used. These are apartments that are not occupied like this. Why? Nobody's actually monitoring. People are producing water massively and cannot account for how that water is being used because a lot of it is being wasted. Contracts are being signed with vendors with no clear service level specifications. So the vendor gets paid a lump sum and does very minimal efforts. You don't get the results, but you are bound by contract to pay because the vendor does not know how to draft proper performance contracts. Who is losing? At the end of the day, the mutual loses lots of money. And for one out of these 5 scenarios that I just painted, you could lose millions a month. You could lose millions a month. Diesel suppliers come to deliver 10,000 liters of diesel to my site. And you don't know how to first test whether it's good quality. You don't know how to calibrate your tank because you don't be trained on any of those. They supply 9,000 liters instead of 10,000 liters. How much is that? Like 2,000 naira. The person who lost that 2 million is feeling somehow about spending 900,000 to get home and learn how to prevent him from losing that 2 million. So the point here is you are never ever going to be at a loss for any investment in it. Okay? All right. So enough about me and my motivations. I want to get straight into the discussion. So please, it's important that we keep the noise low. Our advices. We said I will giving us some of that. We want to engage, we want to discuss. So if people online have a comment, they raise their hands. I want to see give them a bit to speak once in a while. But as much as possible, try to put your notes on the group and our coordinator here will bring you more. Before I get right into today's session, I want to just say something that many people are waiting for and looking forward to. Whenever we do a free training session like this, we normally announce bonanza and bonuses for the FMS project. We are going running an early bird discount of 5%. We also have corporate booking for multiple staff in the organization that can give up 50%. So what does that mean? If the company is bringing not just one but 2 people, instead of getting 5% on each of the 2, they get 10% on each of the 2. If the company is bringing 3, instead of getting 5% on each one, they get 15% off on each individual. If the company is bringing 4 or 5, instead of getting 5% off as bonus or discount, they get 20% off each person. And that runs all the way to 10 and above. From 10 and above, the company gets to pay half price, 50%. So whatever the fees are, virtual is 750, physical is 950. They pay half for 50% for each of the 10 or more people they bring in. So So what is the sweet deal I'm bringing to today's session is that if you are not a company, but you are good at networking, and you're able to make friends after today's session, whether you are online or here, and you can come as a group to register, not as a company. We are giving the special waiver. I call it the networking and collaboration bonus, where if you come together as two, you get 10% off, not 5. If you come together as 3, you get 2% off, not 5. If you come together as 4, 5, 6 to 10 to 9, you get 20% off, not 5. If you come together as 10, you get 15% off. Every time we are doing this, and we do it, I'm doing it now because I want to achieve 2 things. One, I want you to make friends, become familiar with yourself. And I want you to become buddies who motivate each other, because usually, if I'm considering whether I should do it or not, and somebody is and made up his mind, and that person is the one talking with me, it's easy for that person to make me connect and commit than when Max-Migold is the one saying it. Because what we have observed over time is people struggle to make the decision, but from the first day they attend class, they are saying, thank God I did. What creates that struggle for is what we are still trying to unearth. We don't still understand it. But once they are in, they're like, oh, thank God I did. And nobody had been back to work that I took a program. So this offer, we're going to also send an email to all those who are registered for this program. It is only going to be limited to the name. So if you were not subscribed to the free training, this offer is not going to be broadcast to the website or anywhere else. Okay. The other thing I want to also assure you is that after today's training, everyone who attended this training will have an opportunity to earn a free certificate. I've seen I've received emails and messaging saying, for the free training, how much are we going to pay for the certificates? I said, no, we don't ask you to pay for the certificates. You will receive instructions on how to review the content. Video shared on the LMS. You register on the LMS. You go through the video. You go through the slides again. You will go through a quiz, a 50-question quiz. Have it and tell them the venue. Download the certificate. I wish I had a copy of the certificate to even display. Very beautiful certificate that employers, once you put it in your CV and push it out, employers call us and say, oh, you trained this person. I said, we trained this person for 1 day. If you're not, the person has shown some evidence that he has been trained and been employed. So usually that's a foot in the door as we help us. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so let's just quickly ask a question. What is facility management? I will brief to the point. I just need 1 or 2 responses. What is facility management? You are facility manager, aren't you? Or we are interested in facility management at least. Yes. Very good. Management of people, process, and place. Okay, very good. 1 more. Yes. She said, we integrate people, process, and place with the purpose of improving the quality of life of people and the productivity of the public. So there are 2 things we are doing. Improving quality of life. That's the first one. And the second one is improving the productivity of the whole business. Let me break this 2 down. if someone walks into my space, the person should not walk out worse than when they came in. Can we relate to that? So that means I shouldn't make them hotter. I shouldn't make them thirsty. I shouldn't make them feel ill. I shouldn't make them have injuries. I shouldn't make them feel threatened. Security. I should make sure that they come in and will feel better than they were before it was. And I can measure that when I ask them how they perceive my facility. Number two, I want to ensure that the core business that make the investments in these whole assets have improved productivity. The first part of productivity is tied to first improving the quality of life. If you improve quality of life, it means I work better, isn't it? I'm not ill. I'm not feeling sleepy. You know, you can walk to a place that you're very healthy when you get there. And you're trying to do some work. But because there's no oxygen, it may be cool, it may be clean, but there's no fresh air. The oxygen has been used up. You start having brain fatigue. So the work you want to do will start up. Guys, even with AI, I don't know if you work with Excel. Complex analysis. Your head will become hot. After you've done the analysis to a certain stage, you added the formulas, you cross-checked, you try to see the results, and it's not just take simple energy. If you are the one that distributes bills in your estate, just put in all the meter readings, apply the rates. They are trying to calculate to be sure that everything balances. And then by the time you are done, you now realize that the bill you got for the diesel cost, if you add those two, is higher than the total you have distributed. And you start cracking your head on how to balance that record to ensure that you have full recovery. And as at that same time, when you are struggling to do this, your brain starts shutting down. What will happen? Many things can happen. The reports can be delayed. Close it, because at that point, the next stream on the Facebook, all those funny videos, they will come up. And then you just yourself distracted and you start looking Instagram and TikTok videos. That work is delayed, right? Or two, if you have a boss or a resident chairman that uses hammer, and you know that this work cannot be delayed, what do? You send a 40. Is it a 40 report? Just and then you use that criminal word. Please review. Whenever I see please review, I say no. Please go and review first. When you have been reviewed, come back. Instead of being sure to give that assignment, I'll give it back to you. I'll give you extra 1 day to review by yourself. Don't tell me please review. If you have reviewed, say this is it. But the point is productivity dwindles, isn't it? So quality of life affects productivity in terms of human application, right? Secondly, in terms of productivity of the core business, the assets, money was invested in the asset, right? And somebody is tracking the asset value on a regular basis. If your maintenance is not up to par, when they do a valuation of the asset, what do they get? A diminished valuation. So beyond what they are using the building for, and the people using the building, you are also killing the investments in the building if you don't find them correctly. Because all organizations that own buildings, that building is supposed to be an asset in their balance sheet that has a valuation that can either be going up or be going down. If it is going down, it will affect anything. The work being done there is not being done well because the system is not running well. And if you are renting it out, tenants will pay less and less rent, isn't it? So what you are getting as an organization from that aspect also needs. This is how to think about facility management. I clean, I fix, I put electricity, I bring water, I do this, I do that. All of those are what I do. But why do I do them? Two reasons. Improve the quality of life and improve productivity of the core business. Can we sink that in? The why versus the what, which is superior? The why versus the what, which is superior? Why? If you don't know your why, you are most likely doing the wrong words. But the irony of our industry is that many people who come through apprenticeship and see how it is done, they end up learning the how. The how is at the bottom of this hierarchy. It's after you know the why that you get your what correctly. It's after you know your what, you can now go into your how. If how is what you know, then you have not started. And that's why we have many people in our workplaces who know how to do certain things, but because they don't know what and why, they are doing it wrong. So in terms of what that means in day-to-day practice, FM is everything that is not a core business that enables the core business. Are we together? Listen again. FM is everything that is not core business that enables core business. If I run a restaurant, what's my core business? It's cooking food and serving, isn't it? Is that FM? What then is FM? Everything else. The food needs a clean kitchen to cook, right? Needs water, needs electricity, needs an oven or a gas cooker that works, needs a blender that works, right? All of that support system, that entire structure, to ensure that the cooking and serving of food is enabled is what? And that includes all of the logistics guys, the drivers, who that will take supplies here and there, all of it. So think about any industry. If you are not in the core business, you are in what? Facility management. And that's why you see security, you see provision of internet, IT, you see provision of maintenance and all that as what? Facility management. So FM started out as a maintenance and cleaning profession, usually facility management, until 1980. So mostly, so if people build, let's say we are 50 engineers that work together to build this place, they will now say, let's leave 5 of us behind to do maintenance. That's how it has always. But over time, it has now changed. We now have FM formally, design, including space planning, including resource provision. We now have FM providing technology integration into buildings, using sophisticated methods, which are going to learn our programs to manage facilities. And then from the 2000s, the FM as a support function that used to be a back of house function started changing. Let me give you why it started changing. We just realized that besides salary, FM was the second highest cost driver. It dawned on them that if FM continues to be handled poorly, the nation's profitability will always suffer. profitability equation is very simple. Profit is equal to revenue less expenses, right? The FM was sitting on the expense lever very prominently, and before this era was being ignored. So the shows were actually going under, like holding up, because of poor FM. Poor decision, untrained, unskilled decision making at that time. And in times past, when people fail in other core business positions and they don't want to fire them, they will transfer them to maintenance. That was where they used to talk them out so that they don't let it tell. Is it right? Because they don't see the relevance, strategic relevance of FM until it starts choking. One bad decision to the next, company will be to shiver. In fact, that's one reason why when they want to stay afloat, when the stress is much, they start trying to look for cost to cost. You know what they look for? FM cost. They start looking there because they know that the cost is happening there. But nobody has really put in efforts to use the best rates, train them well, and give them the right tools to make better decisions at that point. All that started changing in the last 20 years. So you now begin to see FMs rising to become directors, of workplace, because the FMs were no longer seen as just an expense driver, but as a people enabler. If we enable the people, they will produce the results we are looking for, isn't it? Now, if the FM does not understand this, he can't do it right. Let me give you a quick story to illustrate this. Another was fired because the auditor was hot. The FM came to report to me to mediate in this matter because he felt he was wrongly fired because the auditor never reported to him that his AC was bad. I want you to join this case. Was that FM fired wrongly? What could they have done? Because check the ACs that are working in the fantastic. That is the words, but there is a why behind that meeting. That's his job. The auditor never reported. Yes. No, that's not the point. The point here is the auditor's quality of life was in whose hands? The productivity of the core business was in whose hands? The FM lost its why. That's why we waited to be called, to be told my AC is not working. Calling you to tell you my AC is not working is not part of the auditor's job. If you wake up with your why every day, you will go around checking to ensure that each person is okay. Because you woke up with what? Your why. You understand exactly why you are going to work. So you don't get to work and go and sit down and wait for somebody who has a problem to contact you as a, I don't know what the title is now. Whereas if you understand your why, you can go and check out everything okay. Anything. Are you going to say? You go to make sure that the quality of life is improved and the productivity of business is. And that includes how you do your work. If you call in cleaners to come and ask us to get up, that you want to clean, you don't understand your why now? It's not that at that point you lost your why. Because you are supposed to enable us to do productive work, not to disrupt our job because you want to do. So when we train, we don't train you with just words and how. We train you with why. If you understand your why for every concept you train on, you are automatically elevated. That's what creates the paradigm shift Because your mindset has to be adjusted completely before you can get it right in our industry. Okay? So that's where we are. And when it comes to we make things run, we ensure that the systems run. We also ensure that there is sustainability. Systems cannot run at all costs. Are we together? Systems cannot run at a detriment to the environment. So we make sure it's efficient, we make sure it's effective, which means objectives of the regulations are being met, publicness is being improved, corporate activity is being improved, quality of life is also being improved, but we also ensure that it's done sustainably, which means we watch the inputs of energy and water and the impact of waste and sewage and refuse on the environment. Okay? So any organization cannot exist without all right. They will go on that very quickly. And let me tell you something that is even higher than that. Sometimes we think we provide the spaces, everything is working, but there's a clear level of configuration for workplace productivity when it comes to understanding and aligning the things you do with what the organization is trying to achieve. This is higher. Let me explain an example. Let me been to an Apple shelf anywhere in the world where they sell MacBooks, iPhones, and the rest. Not the ones who get in the Tiba and that they have the rest. When you get it proper, they created a vision that what we are selling is not really expensive. It doesn't cost them $30, $40 to make it. But they need to pay thousands of dollars. So they have to build a brand around mistake, around perception, around identity. If I have an iPhone, I am superior. It's such a symbol, right? Now, to enforce that kind of image, after creating all the different paparazzis around their phones and the adverts and all the things and the kind of narrative they have created, when you create their shop where you go to actually sample some of these devices to buy, part with your $2,000 to buy something you can get for half of that price in other brands, right? They want to ensure that you also have the experience of.
This one was asking me.
So from welcoming you in, the guy who is welcoming you is a very well-paid, well-fed person into an environment that is opulent. They serve you to make coffee. They treat you like royalty. Why? Because they want you to carry on with that elevated perception of this is top grade. If you're a facility manager in such a place, will you start complaining about a sofa being too expensive because it's 4.5 million? Or the paint, you want to use honey paint of 70,000 instead of buying the deluxe paint of 700,000. In fact, if you have that mentality, that means you are working against the organization. You know what I'm saying? Alignment becomes a key requirement. You understanding what is working behind the minds of these organizations, founders, and operators. That exactly is their philosophy. If I don't understand, I cannot enable it. Are we together? Understanding becomes creating that alignment. If I reverse that to how many of you have gone to so many people one day that he went to NEPA office and saw a new generator. What do you expect? They can't provide light for themselves, they don't really have to buy from you. And they have to do the things in the office. If you give them a proposal to manage an office, I tell them that this office will cost 17 million to run this year. We're going to employ you. No, the last of the mind. Because they are working on a very tight budget. They have a margin to work at, and they have people owing them, so there's no money to do all of it. You, as an FM, understand the organization. Create processes and systems that are aligned. Okay, so that's about the key elements of FM. People. All I will do is about people, manage people's perception, provide results for people, and our job is mostly managerial. We provide places where facilities enable work, recreation. What does it do facility? We work with some, we play in some. What else do we do? We live in some, right? And then we worship in some. That's about all that we do in life, isn't it? Live, work, play, and worship. And then there are some that we find there, somewhere there. Isn't it? So there are 5 key functions that facilities places provide. Okay? And then processes, all about systems together, everything done already. And then we use technology to ensure. So if you connect people, place, process, technology can come in as a 4th element, or it can be a subset of process. Are we together? Process is how we get things done, right? Procedures and quality. Technology can enhance, speed up, drive results on process, and that process technology will help. So we are still, scholars are still divided whether to make it 4 elements or still leave it at 3 elements. I favor having 3 elements, people, place, process, with technology being a part of process. Okay, but I still leave it out in my content because any books you read will place them as 4 elements. Now, beyond these core elements, we now have the sustainability as the spirit with which we should implement all, right? Sustainability is not an element in itself, but it's the philosophy and govern how we operate each of the 4 elements of the 3 elements FM can be hard services or soft services. Look at the example I have there. Not really something different between core soft services and hard services. Anyone? You can see the building, okay?
Building and other physical items, generators,
Sub-services, anyone? Okay, so those 2 answers are aligned. Hard services, we sometimes call it building services. Because it focuses on the building. So physical structure, which we call the building fabric and structure. And all of those systems built into it, electrical, plumbing, air conditioning, fire system, security system, they're all part of our services. Sub-services, we also call them occupant services. They are the services we introduce into the building because of the people, what they do, and how they do it in the building to enable them. The sub-services responds to the scope of activity of people. So that's why you see rescues, man guarding, security, landscaping and ground care and all that's falling in that. Okay, so I'm going to run straight to what does an FM do? Okay, so the first time I encountered this problem was when somebody who got a new job saw so much problems in the organization. I was solving them. It was easy. Think of everything. During that period of firefighting, it was very prominent. When everything now became stable, things were now working well. One day, he met HRO. I don't know whether he went to ask for a rate or something, but a question led to a question that now led to what do you really do with something? For a while, you kind of confused. You know, you can be things when you talk, everyone see that they are really proactive, solving problems, some of the problems that you are not actually preventing future problems. So nobody sees problem again. That's the kind of question I'm asking. What do you mean? So guys, tell me what are the kind of questions? How will you answer that question? Because I have a whole list of things. We ensure this, we ensure that, everything. Now, most of this ensuring this and ensuring that are proactive things we do in the background. Imagine you are the editor of the church. The overseer is trying to preach and the mic stops working. You wear your jacket and then you bounce up and you touch one or two things. Everybody look out for you. Yay, yes, master. Follow that with 2 years of no soil disruption. So which would you rather be? The one that has problems that solve problems active, or the one that prevents problems continuously? Answer now. So how will you now answer the question? What do you really do? You know, facility managers in the past, because you're not strategic, you're not living up to your why, allow yourself to be messaged around. In fact, many FMs will say, they didn't tell me to do that. Just the same way the one that was fired because of the call of course wasn't told by the doctor that you see in the past. When you move to that level of strategy, you begin to make things work. But beyond that, you begin to be able to communicate the value that you are providing. No complaint for 8 hours for one person means that you have provided solid value for the organization. How do you communicate that? How do you translate that communication to your reports? Become the challenge for FMs. And that's why if you must rise in this industry, you must know how to think and package yourself. If you go back to your reports right now, you probably see things like diesel level, diesel consumption, energy consumption, amount spent on this, amount spent on that, workers, attendants. Those things are all pedestrian, like shop floor data. You hardly see an FM report right now that has sustainability impacts. That has customers' perception of your value, what we call net promoter score. If your net promoter score is high, it means that you are the one making people happy to come to work. Do you know what I'm talking about? If people people are happy to come to work. And when they're trying to work, every obstacle in their way has been removed, including that smell in the toilets that makes them to hold women in their blood and carry home. You know, the moment you start doing that, you're no longer working. I hope you know that. I don't realize this. The moment somebody either starts bringing his own water, or his own extension cord, or his own anything that he needs to work with, or his own tissue, or his own hand soap, they are written you off. You no longer need your head because you right? But if none of that is happening, and you can track that people are comfortable with your environment, communicate that as value, report that as what you are providing, and every organization has spent millions monthly pay salaries to thank you for the result they are getting. You know, actually, can even report that for this month, only one person reported sick as a result from FM1. You know that? Because most people spend half of their life at work. If they are ill any time, 50% of the reasons for their illness is workplace. So if illnesses are reduced, they have to be doing the job well, right? So don't just look at all the mundane things we do on a daily basis. Find a way to elevate that into a reporting of value that shows that you're actually doing something. Where's the audio? Where's the audio?
Welcome to this program on facility management. As a facility manager, I'm responsible for overseeing maintenance and repairs, as well as security and safety of the building and its occupants. A typical day for me involves monitoring the use of the facility to ensure it is meeting the needs of its occupants. This includes troubleshooting any issues within the building, such as issues with the air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, or security systems. Part of my day includes creating schedules for inspections and repairs, working to coordinate supply, and reviewing the proposals for goods and services. At the end of my day, I review the status of all my duties and tasks, ensuring that all tasks have been completed and any remaining tasks have been scheduled for the following day.
Is there any industry or sector of life that will not require facility management? You know of any? I think about when I say all businesses require facility management, people say, oh no, some businesses exist in the cloud. Have you heard of that before? You know where the cloud is? You know where the cloud is? Yeah. In somebody's village. The cloud, so-called businesses in the cloud, depends on physical. They run on physical servers that are powered and cooled round the clock. Think like set up a company that already works in the cloud. Somebody has a facility somewhere that is enabling that cloud. Unless you're experienced, you need facility management. It's only spirit that can hover around. You don't need any physical space. Okay? So whatever industry you find yourself in, identify a particular manager and provide strategic enablement to ensure the industry and thrive. Typically, what we are known for, we control costs, we manage aging infrastructure to keep them running, we provide sustainability and regulations, compliance issues, we provide workforce training and skills, provide technology integration, and all that. That's what organizations see. And as facility managers, I talked about some of the things that help us to succeed and thrive well. I talked about alignment, talked about skills, technology and innovation, cost efficiency. Companies will blame you whenever they have problem with costs. They're not, you can't escape it. Okay, so you as a manager cannot keep doing the same things the same way without improving. And now that I've helped you elevate to the level of strategy, why? You no longer will ignore customer experience. No customer will be too anything. This customer is too this, too that, too, you know what the two are talking about now. You describe the customer with negative words. You're describing yourself. Look into the mirror. And worsen that image. Times 10. That's what you are if you are describing the customer that bad. Okay, so we're taking a quick break. Before I come back to career opportunities, we'll take a quick break. And then, are we having a panel now? Or should I do one more session?
Yeah, let's take question and answer.
Question and answer. Okay.
Yes, please. If you have questions with regards to this first session, please let's have your questions so that Mr. Paul can answer that. So we are sure we are on the same page with him. Online, if you have questions, you can drop your questions now so that we can take that before we go on. Any questions? He has made it so simple, very clear. You don't have questions, you are flowing. Okay, there's one question here. Let's have it.
Someone in the
You said something like, if your customer is not complaining for 8 hours, make it difference. So they want to know
If the customer did not,
complain for 8 hours.
yeah. Very good question. Very good question. What would the customer value complain about? For example, power failure, no water, too hot, too cold. Isn't it? If they are not complaining, that means you have solved all the problems, isn't it? The time they are complaining, are they productive? Are they productive? They are not exactly productive. When they are not complaining, it means that they are now what? Productive. So if I solve all problems that had, and they no longer have any issues that will lead them to complain, what have I done? I've enabled their productivity.
Yes.
So by being able to do that, I should also be able to report it that because of the good work I'm doing behind the scenes, that there are no complaints. Okay? Yes.
The station apartments.
Yeah.
More like that, you don't have access to their flats.
Without them
Complaining of something.
Yeah.
So you don't have access to their flats. Maybe to check around.
So, yeah, depends on the service level you have. If you have a service level that includes you maintaining their internal spaces, you need to share with them and agree on the schedule when you come and do inspections. Okay?
Okay, there's a question.
Because if you don't catch that inspections, then they will complain. We don't want to.
There's a question online. It says, what is the category church falls to facility management?
Worship.
Okay.
You said live, reside in some, or live in some, work in some, worship in some, play in some, recreation, and then rest finally in the last category.
Okay, let's take the second question. It says, so can we say the role of an FM is the same with an admin manager?
Now, that's a very good question. I will address that question when I take the next session of career opportunity. Because of lack of understanding of FM, we have given them all kinds of names.
Is it running?
Admin,
No.
secret service,
It's
operations, some HR rules. procurement, well, procurement also, if you're a small company, procurement can be doing facility related, but in essence, we give them all kinds of titles. And because we did not know that it is facility management that they are professional, they were professionless. And because they were professionless, they were not doing it well. An admin manager is actually a confused person. Because if anything they throw at you, they will do. Isn't it? It simply means that you can do anything. Once they make you admin manager, immediately go and enroll in facility management. Because facility management is a profession, admin, you not see where you stand. Okay? Yes?
One more question from the online. It says, please, how can energy and resource consumption be monitored?
Big questions. That's that one. You have to enroll for the FM Masterclass. We have many courses to teach you that. It's a very big question because that's a 60% burden of our profession. Our current operations and maintenance costs is 60% energy, and 90% of us are not monitoring our 60% bottleneck, which means that we are wasting a large chunk of our investment in our facility management. So that's how it should be monitored. It's a big managerial, procedural, technology question that will be answered in class. Okay? Yes, please.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
As facility managers, our job is to reduce costs for our clients.
Yes.
And as a facility management company, we need to make money also.
Yes.
So, how do you
balance
that? So it doesn't look as if you are solving problems, you're just redundant in the office, you're not even standing up, making exercise, say, okay, at least let me show that I'm working, no complain and all that. And company needs to earn money. How do you balance that?
Very good. Contracting models is very key. Contracting models is very key. Those models that says if you help me spend 1 billion, you get 10% of the management fee. Means you have to keep spending more and more for the client to get paid more and more. That model is not going to help you live true to your standard. Okay, so instead move to either a fixed effort management fee model where if I manage your facility, you will pay me certain amounts every month for meeting with so and so KPIs. And they can also pick out one of the KPIs, cost reduction, and say, if I save you this much, you will add an incentive of so and so percentage to me. That contracting model will help me as facility manager both make money and provide savings for the clients. But if I don't have that contracting model in place, I will have to be a very highly disciplined, moral person. So keep reducing the cost, knowing fully well that my own management fee is going to be coming down with it. Are you getting what I'm saying? So it's really difficult for an FM service provider to be at that level where you are disciplined and morally, I don't know how to put it now. So to help the client reduce this cost. And then your own profit is also going down with it. I don't know. It's difficult, right? So instead, let the contract be revised to say, I am going to save you 20% on this your 1 billion you're currently spending. That's 200 million. But I want you to give me 10% of that as an incentive for helping you do that. That way I get better. You save money, I get money. Okay?
Okay, we'll take one more question and then we'll go to the next session. Yeah. The person at the back.
What about the issue of quality? The QIS system where they always consider the cost without putting value facility and the quality into consideration.
Very good. Costs and quality, when they are paired, we start talking about value. And it is dependent on one keyword. Listen to me very well. It's called specification. If you can specify correctly the level of service or quality that's delivered in certain outcome for you, you must go for the lowest cost of that specification.
Can I see what you guys are doing there?
We'll talk about value. It is the pairing of a definite, clear specification with the lowest cost that we call value or value for money. Most of the time, we have this argument over cost versus quality. We are not specifying correctly. We begin to use the cost as if cost can be specification. Let me take, for example, this guy's phone is 200,000. This guy's phone is 300,000, right? The two phones can do the same thing. Everything one phone can do, the second phone can do this. Why would I buy the one of 300,000? Pardon? That's what I'm saying. With the specification have now been done, right? And both of them meet the same specification. Why would I go and buy the one of 300,000? Are you know what I'm saying? So if I specify right and management or my customer accept my specification as what they really want, my goal is to always go for the lowest possible price. That's for value for money. Every time there's an argument like this, it's always tied to I didn't specify correctly. For example, his phone will have the additional feature of long life battery. That once you charge once for 1 week, it will be running, right? And this one can only charge 1 day and die in the evening. I have to charge again in the evening. And then I'm not trying to convince my customer that I bought this one because of this extra feature, which was not originally specified as a requirement and approved. Between me and my management, who is wrong now? Because if management feels that long battery life was required, or you feel like you should have added it to the specification, I would agree in the first place. So that this second one will not even be in contention. The first one is 200,000 will not even be in contention because they have long battery life. You have to look for several that have long battery life. You may end up getting one for 220 or 230 that have equally long battery life. That's when you see you've done what's best value in your attempt. So that's keywords here is specify correctly and go for the cheapest. Make those two and you have what's best value.
Thank you so much, sir. Those two things, and then we'll go to the next session. Someone is asking a question. What is the difference between estate manager and facility manager? But before you answer the question, sir, somebody wants to understand the discounts. So if you could take us through the discounts again after this question.
Okay. Estate manager versus facility manager. One owns the property. The other one works for him as the manager. The estate manager sees the property as an asset that yields money, that has value. A facility manager manages the assets for the two reasons we gave before: improve quality of life of the users and increase the productivity of the core business, which means the facility manager manages the asset to make money for the estate manager. So if we're going to put them in hierarchy, the estate manager is at the top, who decides what to be invested on, what kind of customers to attract, what kind of terms, whether to sell or to lease, what kind of agreements to put in place, right? and then he appoints a facility manager to come and manage the facility, so that whoever buys the promise the estate manager has given will now have a facility manager to implement that promise. Have you heard about what I got? When estate manager are not coordinating, you will start seeing buyer remorse. Somebody has bought into your property, moved to the estate, after regretting, swearing for everybody that sold the property to them. Because there's great property management is not aligning with what they got. All right, so a quick recap of the, yes. Property management and asset management are basically the same. Right? They're basically the same. Because the property manager manages, okay, I can split them in 3 levels. Right? So the asset manager, property manager, and the facility manager. Okay? Because the asset manager who manages multiple portfolios buys the property, maybe buys a high rise, right? The day-to-day management of that high rise will be handed over to a property manager who will handle leases, basically transaction manager. A property manager is a transaction manager. Rent, pay your rent, pay your service charge, pay that. These are the rules of this estate and so on. That's what the property manager does. All right. But the actual maintenance of the asset equipment inside the building and people who are using the building down to the facility manager. Okay. So when the facility manager is asked to collect rent and service charge, he's doubling as the property manager. When somebody is collecting all of those and paying him for his service, that person is the property manager. You are in facility manager. If you are working in an organization and you begin to be more strategic from what we are teaching, you can rise to become property manager and then real estate manager. Because real estate deals with portfolios, multiple properties. For example, in Nigeria has hundreds of universities. Nigeria has an estate manager for all its university assets, right? Each university has the value, is located, has social number of buildings, okay? But within the university, there's a property manager appointed, which we call a director of works, for example, right? This director of works is in charge of who occupies where, which faculty, what department, what offices like this. He has that high-level management of that relationship. Then he now has facility managers who ensure that the light works, water flows, and all of those. Okay. All right. So a quick one about reminders on the offers made earlier. We currently have a 5% discount on the FMR Sacra diploma starting on the 27th of April. One person coming in pays and takes off 5% as early bird discount. That's what we have applying now. For corporate bookings, we have, if you are bringing 2 people from the same company, you get 10% off. 3 people from the same company, you get 15% off. 4 to 9, you get 20% off. And 10 and above, you get 50% off. Which means if the company has 11, 12 people to the program, they pay only half the price. Now, the special offer, which we have created for just this session, is if you are not a company and you have friends, you know, and you can network to make more friends, you can come together as a group and sign up together so you can get higher discounts. Okay, so that's the offer we're doing. And the first time we're doing that. So we don't have to prove that we are from the same company, just that you are agreed to come together to join together. Okay, so it may mean talking with your friends who are not here, who have interest, and say, oh, let's group together and come into and get a good discount off, or it may be networking with people you met in the program here and say, let's group together. Even if you don't 10%, you could get off because you came as 2. It's a lot of difference already. And that also creates some kind of bond. Okay, so that's it. That's the next session.
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at career opportunities in FM. I think I've explained these aspects about the growth opportunities. It will keep growing. It will keep growing. The simple reason is that old buildings are there, current buildings are coming up. I don't know if you have driven around Lekki Axis recently, or even Ikorodu Axis, or even Badagry Axis. Properties are springing up massively. So the demand is always going to be there. Your job is always going to be secure. You can only earn more, not less, if you know what you're doing. So the growth is there. But how do you navigate this? You cannot earn so much if you cannot give value. Are we together? Being able to give value means that you must exhibit some skills. Okay. And the number one skill, let me even give you a summary of all of these skills. I think I put them up. So when you say interpersonal relationship, being an analytical problem solving, being able to understand financial reasoning and analysis, networking, research, writing, teamwork and leadership, being IT savvy, being a numbers person, and that's data analysis. Well, every time I hear somebody say, I'm a data analyst, I'll just laugh. Data analyst is just like project manager. Everybody must be. Everybody must be. Because you need to have a domain for the skill you have. If you're a professional facility manager, you must also be a data analyst and project manager. Okay? So if you are one of those things and you don't have a domain, you don't have a profession that you use that skill for, you'll just be floating. All right, so let me show you technical skills. That's the one that's most common. Understand the building systems, understand how to build drawings. If I give you a drawing of this room, electrical drawing of this room, there'll be a small legend that says, you see this sign, you see this line, you see this sign, it's an AC, you see this sign, isn't it? Exactly, being able to read those that makes sense. Managerial skill to budget, to manage projects, to manage people and lead them. And then interpersonal skills, communication, customer service. If you were to rank these three, technical, managerial, and interpersonal, if you were to put them in order of priority for FM, which one would be ranked as number one? Are we all in agreement? But I've never had a class fail together before. The number one skill among all of these things should be what? Interpersonal skills. Our job, our profession is a managerial profession, right? Because we work with processes and all that. But it's human beings that will use the process, that will comply with the process. Something as simple as, please read the energy reading for the day and post the consumption number by 12 o'clock every day. It's in the process. But do you know that sometimes you have to shout and shout? Sometimes by 3 o'clock you've not seen it. Sometimes the whole day will pass, they've not posted it. Sometimes the week will end, somebody will go and make up numbers for the whole week. So managerial is the process. Interpersonal is the connection. The thing that make people want to do it, not because they are forced to do it. People know that if I'm working on this AC or DB, or I'm working on this AC, when you are in that room, I put up the DB. Before you get up from your desk and go and find out what happened to the DB, you must first of all go and check. Is there a reason? Did somebody off it deliberately? And you say, it just went up. The process is there. But did you follow the process? So that's a personal skill, that's communication, that's being able to carry people along hearts and minds is very key to our job. And it's more critical when it comes to customer experience. You can do all you can to provide a very good facility management service, but your customers are not impressed. I did all well. So how can you impress your customers? How can you make them impressed? We have what we call managing expectations. So, like expectation simply means that before I do anything for you, you and I will agree on what you really need and what I need to do to satisfy what you need. Because at that point, we have set your expectations. So by the time I go and deliver, if it aligns with what we agreed before, in what we as facility managers call service level agreements, you will score me very high as you've done very well, isn't it? But if I assume your requirements and I go and create whatever I can create for you as your service, Mr. A can be so impressed and rate me 10/10, isn't it? Mr. B can look at it and say, where are you guys from, sir? Which village are you from? This kind of rubbish service you're providing here. And you'll be like, it's not the same thing that Mr. A just told me. I did excellently well for now because I did not manage expectations. I will have 20 results. Let me tell you something. When the customer says this high with you, God approves that rating. There's nothing you can do about it. You can grumble, you can complain. That is your final rating. Because you are not delivering the service for yourself, for your ego, for your use. You are delivering for who? If the customer says, I'm not impressed, I need to finish pass, you could have provided a functional requirement for that customer. But the customer is just not happy that whenever you come, you don't even say hello, you don't greet, you don't smile. And when you finish doing the work, you don't even ask them to follow you to check to see if it is what they need. You just do it and that's alone can make them rate you 2/10. Your AC that will not cool you will not cool you. True or false? Yes, that's what gave you 2. If it does not cool you, then 2/10. We rate 2/10. How do you get 10/10? Is because when you came to do it, we connected. You did what we expect, you did it professionally, and you got us to confirm. When you go and somebody comes and says, how did he do? What will he say? Super, 10/10. So you will find out that the technical skills is not what gives me 10/10. It's the personal skills that give me 10/10. Something as simple as closing the loop can be a problem. Somebody fixed, I don't remember one particular incident, just recently. Somebody fixed a problem for a customer. Did not come back to ask, how did we do? Score us, document, close it. 3 months later, that same thing failed. Customer called and said, this thing has not been working since last year. And the everyone now convinced me that he fixed it 3 months ago. I said, no, show me evidence. Show me where the customer agreed with you that you actually finished that work 3 months ago. It doesn't have. So let me guess 0/10. I put my stamp on it. All your efforts wasted. So when it comes to career paths as efforts, there are so many things we can be called to do. Operations manager, maintenance manager, coordinator, site manager, energy manager, administrative service manager. Admin people. You are FM, so admin people. So that you will not keep calling yourself admin, and end up without a profession. You are a facility manager, internal services, corporate services. You are all what? Facility managers. HR, you know, HR has supposed to provide enablement for people's productivity and well-being. That part of the HR is also what? Facility management. Okay, construction manager, janitorial manager, logistics manager, just name it, environmental manager. The opportunities are vast. And that's because unless your nation is small, the activities of FMs will be so many that you need different designations. So let's look at some of the career paths, technical and operational. We'll send you the slides. This is kind of small. So maintenance, building automation, critical environment manager, mobile maintenance. You have the strategic business management. This is where you have all of your workplace experience, top services, space planning, procurement, move coordinators. You have the compliance. This is a very big part of our job. HSC. Somebody told me yesterday, she manages a very big factory. The government has going to give them paper, provide this and that document for inspection. And I said, who is your faculty manager? It's me that runs the factory. Who is your HSC manager officer? It's me that runs the office. All of this they wrote in that part, you understand? Said, no, I'm going to do inspection with them on Monday. But the truth is, the core business depends on FM expertise to prevent penalties. Everything from emission, how you expose, your energy consumption, your environmental impact from your generators, your sewage, how everything they will check. The safety of people inside your space, the fire certificate, the elevator certificate, the sewage certificate, so many things you have to acquire. Fumigation, documentation for everything. So FMs actually make companies to exist. Without this compliance and shut down everything. And then you also have special support roles where you have technology, software, financial analysis, and the others. And then you also have executive and consultant leadership. When you now begin to, okay, so this is how it works. You start as a specialist. It's not the other way around. You know, in the academics, when you start as a generalist, you become a specialist at PhD level. But in FM, you start as a specialist, doing just plumbing or electrical or sewage or refuse or all of those things. Then as you grow, you become more and more generalist, right? So at that point, when you can now manage multiple portfolios, multiple teams, global spread, you have now become an industry leader. So I can stay here now and manage hundreds of people in several teams across the country, across the world, because I have a system in place where I can look into the activities of all of them at the same time. I don't have to be anywhere to manage everywhere, okay, at that level. So let's talk about the key competencies, the key aspects of FM competencies. Business and finance management is the strategic core. We focus on long-term viability, fiscal responsibility, and procurement. So this is where you talk about financial management, real estate, procurement, human resources. Okay, this is for me at the highest level of strategic management for FMs. Then we have the next one, operations and maintenance, the technical core. This focus on asset reliability, building systems, and service delivery. This is where asset register, asset tagging, condition assessment, building system, work management systems, territorial and grounds maintenance and cleaning all fall under operation. The third one is the risk and compliance, which is the protective core, the one I just talked about. Health and safety, emergency preparedness, security, quality management, all of that performance, and the way the data integrates. And then the fifth one is leadership and strategy, or the adaptive core. Here, the focus is on aligning FM with organizational goals. The idea here is to have strategic alignment. There must be a purpose, a pattern to whatever madness the company is. There must be an alignment between the activities and the operations and the priority grades. So leadership and influence, project management, communication, following. And then you have the future ready FM, innovative core, focus on sustainability and technology integration. So sustainability, energy management, waste management, IoT, smart buildings, innovation, finding new and innovative ways to provide services comes under this last one. Okay, there's something I want us to quickly do before I come back. I want to do okay, so I want to quickly show us when you get some of those testimonial videos talking about the impact of our faculty at the FM Massacre Movement, what the FM Massacre Movement covers. That's what I want to quickly go through. The first of the faculty members I want to introduce is the architect Stevia, was actually my classmate, and he's got so highly advanced in architecture that he had now integrated FM into design, and it takes us on some of our courses here. You have for the graduate and then the senior manager with Rob, and he takes us maintenance, especially air functional and mechanical maintenance. We have Emmanuel, run 7 million project services, and he takes us on plumbing, takes us on asset register and 2 other modules which are there. And in our area of Europe, it takes us on electrical and power. Sometimes you sit in this class and he's a very soft-spoken guy, and you'll be hearing some things and you wonder where have I been all my life. Like, I'm managing generators and diesel and the rest, but you've lost so much money that you didn't even realize. Tricks that only the vendors they know. You never knew. So if you don't sit in class with people who have experienced this, busted all of this, and can tell you for free while you're sitting in the class, you'll be shocked at how the next delivery will be very different from when you're attending that class. And sometimes we do some things with our generators and we don't even know that we're damaging it. And you don't see it as normal practice because of how, how it's at the bottom, right? What's at the middle, and why it's at the top. So if you have to put that in terms of professional term, you can say why is strategic, what is tactical, and how is operational. So operational, tactical, strategic. So Mr. Nekpa, she is Max-Migold, and she teaches the cleaning, certified HSC. We have engineer Olako Bolade, one of very few global environmental consultants from Nigeria, BAC and PwC. We have engineer Faith Akioyo Max-Migold, head of our corporate services, which from engineering background, but have managed corporate services for years now. We teach you on stakeholder management. Obiora the Oracle works for a law firm as head of facility management, and he teaches us procurement and finance. Robo Semudane, head of FM for Elton Exploration, teaches us human resources and the other courses. We have Barry Balone, runs a private FM business, a certified risk and safety professional, teaching us sustainability and risk management. Udwak Udo runs a traveling business as well, highly experienced, used to be one of us, one of our Max-Migold staff, but had now moved on very quickly, rapidly to 2 other roles around the business. And he's going to be teaching us design building commission, more of the life cycle training that we want to have. And then we have Coach Chinelu, it's an industry ambassador. He's very passionate about training young FMs. He's created the Young FM handouts. You will encounter him on LinkedIn a lot. So he's teaching us. I think he teaches us not security, where is miracle? What does Chile teach? I'll come up with that, but he's very good. And then Dr. Ife, he's CEO of Fimo Realty, teaches us technology, very adept. And we have Barrister Sam Temi, a very senior lawyer. In fact, half of all these faculty members had to take this course, moved on, excelled, and came back to provide, it's a lawyer. And let me tell you something about this program. We had doctors, medical doctors, we had military leaders, heads of military departments, we had community leaders, campus executives, we had lecturers, Professor David Adeo is here with us today. He's an alumni of this program. And we have quite a number of very high-profile people who come to take the course because of the defense. I teach on the Masters of Public Management program in Unilag, and I've had more than 20 students who have earned the Masters come to take the FM program. If you were here earlier, you hear someone like Mary, Mary on testimonial videos. She did a FMP, SFP, did the Masters in FM. And TP back to take the FM Master. So many of you who have not risen yet, you are not yet there. And you have the opportunity to learn the things that people who are risen very high still come back to come and learn. To know that it's a huge privilege. It's like the Holy Grail. When you are being led, allowed into the secrets of people who have gone before you get there. That's what the program does. So that's what you have with these faculty members. So what are you going to learn? You're going to take the FM foundation. We're going to look at FM competencies. And we're going to look at like an introduction, part of what I'm going to do today. You're going to take the FM career. This is where I'm going to set you on the path. If you hold on, why are we so not so productive in Nigeria today? But many people go through school without a clear vision, without a clear plan. So they graduate, and while they're in school, they're hoping to graduate first before they will have a plan. And when they finish graduating, they're hoping to get the first job before they will have a plan. And so you hear somebody say, "Oh, I read geology. Any job you give me, I will take." That shows that you never had that. Okay? They will start the first job, and then they will do all in the world to keep that job. Worshiping the devil inclusive, just so you're not fired. Because they don't have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you're working through your plan, you will never be afraid of being fired. In fact, if the value becomes toxic, you will walk into another job. I'm not telling my story. Right from when I was in primary school, before I was 11, I knew where I would be today. Sounds interesting. But let me tell you how that journey went. I couldn't pay 5 naira to write common entrance. So I couldn't even finish primary school. So the next year, by some grace, philanthropist in my street, I was able to do that primary exam. Just one, I couldn't get enrolled. Because we had to pay development fee. It was pre-application in the United States. I couldn't because we had to pay development fee. So I was at home for year 1 and year 2. What did I do in year 1 and year 2? When they go to school and come back, I'll read their notebooks and they'll tell me. When I'm studying for exam, I will be doing home lessons for those who are going to school to help them prepare for exam. My first day in secondary school was in class 3, not 1, not 2. I've missed 1, I've missed A lady on my street who teaches in secondary school said, "You look very smart. People gather around you to learn from you. How come you're not in school?" I said, "I can't afford development fee." She paid development fee. Work was there for class 1 and class 2 and put me in class 3. I came out third in my first secondary school semester in that class. I came out third. Why? Why? Because I knew that my circumstances should not hold me down. And that's why I was reading notebooks and textbooks when people come back to school and teaching them the things that they were being taught so that they can pass their exam. The exam I will not be allowed to write. By the time I was in secondary school, I was making my own notebooks, different from the one they copy from teachers. I would hear and listen, I would read, I would form my own notes. My notes kept getting stolen every term because of the way it was organized. I didn't need them because I never read for exam. I always composed what I knew in my notebooks. When the exam comes, I don't need to read it again because I'm not reading them. And that's how I went to secondary school. But guess what? Go to the time to go write WAEC, I still struggle to write WAEC. I finished that and then it was time to go to university. I had to go through pre-degree. Because the first time I did JAM, I got admission to one school, I got admission to another school, I couldn't attend because there was no money. But when I finally got into pre-degree, I was in mathematics. I knew I wasn't going to become a mathematician. So I strategized. I will pass all my elective courses from architecture at A's, all 7. And I will make sure I get only things that I use in mathematics courses so that they will not say, you must stay. I had to prove to him that I was bad in maths, even though I was very good in maths. If I got A's in mathematics, I would have ended up graduating mathematics, but that's not my plan. So I had to convince him, can you not see? I had A's, not architecture elective, all the maths courses, and I got me that. And he let me go, because then it's very difficult to allow smart kids to leave side departments, but that was my strategy. And I left. And as I go to the university to go and study architecture, I did so well that when it was time to enter the master's program, I asked myself, why are you in school? Is it to get degrees or because there's an end to this, to work and make money? Isn't it after the family? You know what? I stopped after 4 years. But you know what it was in for me to stop? From year 1, as long as I entered a degree in school, I learned photography as a skill. So I was running a campus stand. You know what this campus stand looks like? These long cameras, having on umbrellas and banners. I was running that in addition to running architecture studies. From year 2, I started going out to get contracts. You know what my first contract was? For even measure drawings of buildings. Maybe anybody had the drawings, no problem. I'll call my team, we'll put it, measure it and draw it out for you. As far back as, you know, when the Zenith Bank really opened, they don't open account for everybody. They open account for only very high net worth individuals. I walked into a Zenith Bank with a check of 106,000. They took me from the reception straight to see the manager. They never see this size of money with a young man who is a student in the school. The contract payments, that's how they do my first account. Point is, if you know where you are going, you have a plan, you take the steps towards it, you will never go wrong. Most of us just, and that's one of the things we want to end. Your drifting has stopped. You have a definite plan going forward. I'm a very religious person, I'm a bishop, but I don't push that in the face. Okay? Because I believe God has a hand in everything, you know, that He makes for us. But we must on our own. Wow. Are we in agreement with this? So every time we come to you with a course, it is targeting and changing something with your mind so that you can do the next step. Because no matter how much I teach, if you don't take the next step, you're not going anywhere. Okay? I have a group of young people I teach about self-reliance. And I realized that some have been in secondary school 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. They've not done anything other than any degree in this 15-year life. They've managed to any degree in whatever. And that's just it. That's just it. When you ask them what they want to do, whether they want to go abroad, you want to. For how many years now you still want to? Some want to work in Shell and big companies. You want to. But for how many years now you still want to? Some want to, but what's your plan towards this? The concept that. So that's what I'm going to do. So what we're going to do with the career course is to ensure that we can break a path, prepare a path for you towards this progress. Okay? And then strategic planning is about strategic alignment. That big question about where the understand the organization. And I provide FM. If I provide FM in the airport today, and I go to start working in the hospital tomorrow, I hope you know that I have to tell all erase all the ones I know about the airport, and learn everything about pathology, infectious diseases. I'm still an FM. Yeah. I'm still an FM. But if I don't dive in and understand what the hospital is about, and the kind of customers that come here, and the kind of psychology and what's in their mind that brings them here, I will provide upside down FM for that. And before long, they'll start accusing me of aiding and abetting the death of the previous. It's true. Cross contamination can be a big issue now. I don't know how to do color-coded cleaning practice, for example. I don't know how to maintain strict hygiene differentiation from what we work in the hospital because I wasn't trained in facility management. For goodness sake, I can't do that. So that's what this course is going to do. And then you have the asset management course. This is going to teach you how to, know what to manage. The asset administration assessment and all of those. Some of us have been managing for a long time. When I ask you this question, like how many square meters? You don't know. How many people still you don't know. How many liters of water do you consume? You don't know. How many kilowatt hours do you consume? You don't know. How many kilowatts per liter of diesel? You don't know. What do you know? So the systems to have this data and understand the facility will teach you here. And then we have the commission assessment, how to analyze the building and scope what the differences are. And we have a measure called the Facility Condition Index. The Facility Condition Index is an index for comparing all buildings. I can compare the airports with the state house, for example, using this FCI. And there's a formula for it to teach you that course. Plumbing maintenance will teach you everything about plumbing. Some simple things like what does this bathroom always smell? You have battle smelling bathrooms for ages. In fact, last month I had to uproot a bathtub to see if the piping was done right. So it's done right. Guys, they use an elbow to take the drain out instead of creating a trap that can hold water under the floor drain. No matter how clean I clean that place, the smell is still on. It's as if I'm living inside there. All of those things you learn in the plumbing, water treatment, sewage plants, all of those things about the management, all those chemical conditions that you put in water treatment, how to do your test to ensure the water is properly done. And then facility maintenance strategy. When I'm talking about why, what, and how, we are maintenance managers, but most of us don't know the why of the steps we take to do maintenance. In the FM strategy, we're going to learn about predictive maintenance strategy, preventive maintenance strategy, and the reactive or unsuccessful strategy, and why we use them. And then we have one of those strategies that we use commonly, without even knowing it's a strategy, the reactive or unsuccessful. Right? The reactive or unsuccessful is the one that applies to most of our assets, but you need to use it as a strategy, deliberately, knowing fully well I need to budget for it. So I have 100 chairs in this conference room, I won't plenty of them. But in being reactive for them, I need to know how many we broken this year that I want to fix all of this. Are we together? That makes it a strategy. The fact that I break and fix, they don't make it strategy. Doesn't make it strategy. Okay? And then sometimes you have something that we are supposed to be more strategy for. You didn't do it well. When you break it down, it's still I'm doing that, you will not react to that. That can know that strategy. It does doing reaction to failures. Okay. Then we'll talk about maintenance planning and record. We'll talk about quality management. This is a very important course that will help you see quality differently. You talked about quality before, right? I didn't talk about it then because I knew what we were thinking. We were thinking more in terms of grade. Grade is not quality. There is quality in every grade. Are we together? Quality is tied to purpose and specification. If I want to eat, I can eat with a gold plate and gold spoon, isn't it? That costs 5 million to acquire. But I can also eat with paper plates and paper spoon that cost 200 naira to acquire. Right? Is one having higher quality than the other? They don't have different quality. There is the same quality. Quality is tied to what? Purpose and specification. I want to eat. Isn't it? With the gold plate, I can eat. With the paper plate, I can eat. Right? But if I now tie more specifications and more purpose to it, like I want to eat in the presence of the king, for example, right? Which means I want to prove that I have money. That's another additional specification. At that point, paper plates is no longer quality. At the surface, they are both quality, but at a different specification, they're no longer the same quality. What is constant that they are different grades? Gold grade, paper grade are different, but that's not connected to what's quality. So they're going to learn about service quality. And service quality is very difficult to measure. In your mind, you may think you are doing very high quality. In the mind of your customer, you are doing very rubbish quality. How do you objectively measure your quality and prove that quality using numbers? Before we're going to teach you that class. And then we're going to deal with space planning and move management. This is something you're going to encounter as projects in your organizations. And if you don't do it properly, you're going to create a lot more mess. In fact, you end up being the one who created more problems. You know, office move from one location to another location. And for 3 months, people settle down. They're still looking for everything. Connections, items, scattered. Many things go missing. And for many of us, when you move houses sometimes, you end up buying new knife and new screws. Well, the knives that you had before were somewhere inside the packaging. Right? All right, project management, we're going to teach project management. We handle projects, whether it's overhauling a generator, painting your gen house, replacing one component of the other. They must be managed as projects. The FM thinks that I can just call vendor, bring codes, call this one, come and install it. No, you have to set up your task list for that project and put the different information that that project needs, time, cost, duration, and everything that can be done right. During fabric and structure maintenance, what people see in your building is the fabric, isn't it? The walls, the roof, the slabs, the linens, and the welding. Underneath that, you have the structure, the foundation, the columns, the beams, slabs, right? Do they need maintenance? Of course they need maintenance. Many people have been asked to leave houses today because there is about to fall down, because nobody cared for the structural maintenance of those buildings. Critical maintenance costs. So this is where we're going to talk about all of the critical maintenance, fuses, breakers. We're going to talk about types of cabling, work systems. How many of you have had used a thermography meter before for electrical maintenance? Thermography meter. How many of you have used temperature checker during COVID? What does that checker do? Temperature of the human being, exactly. Do you know that your electrical systems, your panels and EVs also need to be checked regularly? It's a tool for doing that. We don't know about that. Air conditioning maintenance. There are so many myths about air conditioners, especially in the hands of your technicians. They will confuse you if you don't know what you are doing. They can even buy alternator for you inside the So you will learn all of those. And I really like cycle management. So your buildings do not just happen. They started with someone's idea, the design was done, the construction was done, and then before it handed over to you and what to do after that. There are documentation sets that should be produced with every phase that makes the next phase easy and proper. You will learn all of that in this course. And then you're going to still talk about cleaning and hygiene is one area where FFC feel that is a cleaner, is supervisor of cleaner. And the FM don't understand that is how your users or visitors to your building rate your building first. The first thing they will rate the kind of air they breathe, the kind of environment they see, that's the first thing they will rate. So all those engineering practices you have practiced all over the buildings and the rest, when your cleaning fails, everything else is failed. In fact, the reputation of the organization drops. You need to look for very, very sophisticated looking environments. If they tell you something is 200,000 naira, you just pay. You negotiate. If they tell you to stay in the queue, you don't maintain. You won't feel like you are bigger than that environment. You know why? Facility management. It's clean, the tidy up, decorated, it looks, in fact, it's not oppressive. It makes the organization look like a premium organization. And this, imagine being in a place where you are trying to eat. And they tell you that you could have bought for 1.5 across the street is 7,000. And you see, then this is like, let me just behave now. Cockroach not fly under your leg. Will you not lose appetite? If it's mine to beer, I eat it because you pay 7K for it. Just then not tell me when I play from here. Will you come back? The resource reputation has been because of that one cockroach. So when you are managing a facility, I don't see the critical nature of simple things like fire or mosquito or this. Problem, that's what they are teaching about them. You must be the one that is expecting the high ASC, very, very high expectation for yourself first. Because the way customers will judge is brutal. It's brutal, it's terrible. So if you now see rubbish as normal, I was doing interviews in the courthouse in Ibadan, and I was asking guys, to tell me, just inspect this room that we're in and tell me what you are seeing. Half of them were telling me it's okay, it's nice, my dear, or the worst room I've ever had interview in my life. I tried to give at least 50 things that were wrong, but these guys are naturalized to it. They were so okay with it that I was frightened. There was even water on one side in that office, dripping from an AC. But just accept it as okay, it's just condensation, not a big deal. That thing you have between the floor and the skirting on this thing, when they are mopping, that's where that pattern is. It's okay, that's how it works. For goodness sake, you need to accept that you've judged yourself. The business case picture. So why sometimes you have a smart idea and might not accept it? There's something you're not doing right. Either you're not analyzing properly, or you are not presenting properly, or you have credibility history that is negative from your past that's making them not to, that bringing them to add salt to everything you bring now, or you have integrity issues. Right? If everything else is working right and you understand the package, business cases psychologically, you always get that too. I have always gotten that in all my career. In fact, that's something that I was known for. My MD will even call me at night to discuss our next steps, next action, including firing people. Asking our opinions. You know why? Because he knows that whenever I bring up an idea, I use his brain to write the idea, not my own. So whenever he reads, he sees himself in everything I do. So when they call him and say, Paul has done this in your body operation, so you know what he will not call me and say, what have you done? Did I complain about you? I'll not explain him, say, okay, let's do it this way. I'll play good cop, you continue what you are doing. He'll go back and manage the people who are complaining about me because he knows that what I have done is exactly what he would have done. FM organization, how to structure your team, the kind of contracting you have with FM. Contracts and procurement, big deal. Contracts can make or break your operation. get to the wrong contract with the vendor, the operation collapses because they will take all the money from you and provide rubbish service. And some of us just are not so detailed about the contract. When the contract has been put in place, that's when now it's going to become detailed. But no, not the same. What is not in the contract cannot be brought in now. It needs to be handled. And then procurement is a big deal. Certification. FM don't put their mind to certification properly. If I ask you to specify this AC now, what would you say? 2 horsepower split AC. Is that what you would say? Is that what you said to procurement to bring 2 horsepower split AC for you? The conference room or training center needs 2 horsepower split AC, 2 units. And you are done, right? Mention what does it mean? You need to mention at least 20. You need to mention at least 26 things to specify this AC. Yeah, sure. Should we start that? Should we do a quick exercise on it? Okay. The AC, you say brand, right? You have type, inverter and not inverter, right? You have starting current and operating running current, right? You have color, you have size, you have the fit into a certain space. You have remote and certain features of the remote, right? You have. We're going to get this started. We're just getting started. By the time you are done, any procurement order that sees the specification cannot give you the wrong product ever in your life. So those questions about they want to bring cheap things for me, they want to bring the wrong item. It's your fault. You don't know procurement. Procurement is not anybody's job, it's you that is that job. It's you that understand what the customer wants, it's you that understand what the customer should get. So all the other people in your organization, they're only helping you to meet your customer requirements, isn't it? So if you don't know how to specify procurement for flat, and that goes into your contracting as well. I've seen a clearing contract that I've been used for an organization for 17 years, so just 2 pages. Every year, they renew it on same terms and conditions. And the clearing contract does not say specific about KPIs or SLAs. Just say things like institution about cleaners, make sure the six are clean, and it's the same amount. So when the place does not look clean, keeps looking dilapidated from year to year, you don't have the contract to tell them you will not pay. Because you didn't specify what you really wanted. So different types of specification we'll talk about in that course. And then we have different technology course where you learn. Now let me tell you something that happened with technology. Many of us have been struggling with software. In fact, I have a software that I'm also going to roll out so that all of you can have access to software. So you can at least start using software. But software that is going to be out in very few years. Because when it comes to technology evolution, we started with logbooks, and then we moved to spreadsheets, right? From spreadsheets, we moved to software. From software, we are moving to Internet of Things, where communication interaction between devices and systems are now automatic, right? From there, we're moving to autonomous operations, where I can sit in one place and manage facilities remotely. You know why? Because drones can get up every day and do inspections now. You know that. So all those FM or director on there, it's no longer compulsory. Before you struggle with what you are supposed to be, master of NAS, be ready for the one that is coming. That's what I'm going to teach you here. So all those people, I'm sure you all did your attendance this morning with QR codes, right? And those ones are 1990 technology we're still using for you here. So that's our level. We're supposed to use facial recognition as the one should just pick you, no saying like that. Right? So technology is advancing, and we must all advance. And then talk about that. This is going to make or break your operation. Who perceive you as good because you can manage it. In fact, my best FMs have been best customer service provider, not best FM. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. My best FM have not been best technically. They have been best in managing people. I went into a hospital, a very high demanding hospital in Shell those days. This hospital has a very high body count. When I say body count, I mean FM that come there, they normally don't get transferred to another department, but we get fired from there. Because only 1 or 2 complaints from the matron and you're done. means you want to keep people. That's what it means for several days. I walk in there and I see a matron sitting and trying to shoot a those work tape, you put hazard tape around a work site. She's trying to shield me from seeing it. And she was speaking my language, talking to the FM on the phone. The boss is here now. Actually, I warned you about this thing yesterday. I'm sure it's not trouble now. I'm doing my best for you, but I don't know how far this will last. Oh, that's happening now. That's happening now. Because that FM has exceeded all my thought. The level of connection that make a customer communication work for you, guide you, protect you. That's the level to attain. It's not enough for customer to call and say there's a problem to come and solve for him. The customer will be actively putting up lights, cleaning up after himself. Are you know what I'm saying? Doing many of the things that will give you trouble. Before problem emanate that will cost you money, the customer will even solve it. Make sure you don't spend money on this. That's what you are saying to you. Health safety, this is where compliance comes in. Are you having your toolbox talks? Are you having your process meetings? You have your documentation of safety practices. You have your simple methods. You have your chemistry work. There are so many things that need to learn. Fire safety, all kinds of things. And then financial management, you spend money. You have to be money wise. You're not money wise, you spend at drift and you get into trouble. Okay? So that's not costing, for example. Many of us don't get. The difference between proactive and reactive work and how we impact our thought, many of us don't get it. The best value I explained earlier on. Let me give you one quick scenario to show whether you get everything around here. If I gave you an assignment, a job, then vendor now. If I gave you a job to work for me in Queens training center and be paid 100,000 naira every year for 20 years. Every year I'm paying 100,000 to clean this place. Or I gave you 500,000 naira now to clean it for 20 years. You can't take it. Okay, let's put 100,000 every year for 20 years. Where's your hand? So hold on. This goes everybody but votes. Everybody but votes. So let's do it again. 100,000 every year for 20 years. Raise your hand. Those are the second option is 500,000 now for 20 years. Either you accept to take 100,000 at the end of every year for 20 years, or 500,000 advanced to you now and you live for 20 years. I don't know why voting. Are you guys voting? Please raise your hand. I want to know how many. So 100,000 after every year for 20 years. Raise your hand up. Okay. How many hands do you have up there?
No answer.
Are you hearing me online?
Oh, one hand.
Okay, I'm doing the votes now.
Can you say the question again?
The question is, if I were to give you a job to clean my training room every year for 20 years with two options. Option A, I will pay you at the end of each year 100,000 naira. Or option B, I will give you 500,000 naira now up front and I will not pay you again for 20 years. So people have raised their hand up for 100,000 after every year. Now, 500,000 now, and I'll not pay you again for 20 years. Every other person has voted this one. So you don't raise your hand or not. Any hand up there?
Yeah, 2 hands up.
Okay. Now let me ask those who voted 100,000 after every year to tell me the reason why they voted that.
Then,
if I want to do a review, I'm going to talk to
because of the reviews. Okay. Okay. Any other one?
Because of the time,
Yes.
20 years is too long. You go to
Job to be alive. Yes. Okay. Yes.
By multiplying 100,000
By 20. That's about 2 million. You lose 1.5 million for your mind. Okay. Okay. So what about the 500,000 once? Yes.
by all means that you have that those and still use the right thing that more.
Let's give him a round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause. Now, what is not fair is a layman's way of expressing internal rate of returns. It's a financial terminology. If I have my money now, the difference between the money I have today and the money I have tomorrow, that the first concept is, okay, let me first talk about internal rate of returns. If I have my money now and I invest it, if that investment can even give me 100,000 a year, it means that at the end of 20 years, I would have done the job and still have 500,000. Are we together? So instead of seeing 500,000 naira as missing out on 1.5 million, see 500,000 naira as a guaranteed way of making 2 million and still having my 500,000 naira. Second concept that most FM don't pick is time value of money. 1 naira today is not the same value as 1 naira 15 years time. Okay? So the 500,000 I have today is increasing value yearly, whereas the money I'm expecting in 5 years' time is reducing value yearly to that time. So if I do that analysis for you on this analysis, which I have to go on a spreadsheet, I might end up having analytical tools like I've just expressed, time value and IRR to achieve 500,000. These are not things that you will just understand ordinarily. There are things that you have to learn and practice. Because this is how your CEOs and CEOs reason. Your CFO is how they reason. Most of the time you just go to the CFO and say, generator is bad. Give us 15 million, let's buy a new generator. They are laughing at you in their mind, ignorance. What have you done? What have you considered? Have you considered the option of buying power from someone else's generator, or what we call IPP? Or have you considered having generator that somebody rents to you or leases to you that it brings in gen? We just use it and then it's not our own. At the end of the day, you can remove it and bring another one. If the only thing in your mind is gen is bad, buy new gen, no, you have not passed through Max-Migold. Financial management is what's going to help you elevate yourself to the level of management. Because you know, when you're thinking and management begins to align, they begin to pull you into the board. You know how they do it initially. The first start with calling you to come and defend this and defend that in front of everybody. That first visit is your foot in the door. They are bringing you in. As you smartly defend business cases and proposals, the next thing, they will even change the designation that will make you permanent seats in that room. Okay? Now we have workplace productivity. This is where we get into move from I'm an applicant, I'm an employee, to a successful leader in your industry. All the things that will help you rise in your job will do it. Because we don't just train you, we don't just train you and then leave it to yourself. We provide training on how you can navigate the workplace. And many people actually get to work, and that's where they lose job. They have issues with their bosses. They have issues with their colleagues. They will come and tell them, yeah, this place is so toxic. People are doing this and doing that. I'll just look at them and laughing. Are you a thermometer or a thermometer? You know the difference. Thermometer or thermostat, you know the difference. Thermostat does what? Thermostat does what?
determines temperature.
Thermostat sets. Thermometer adjusts. So when you come out to be a victim around where you are, that means you have decided to be a what? Thermometer. Not a thermostat. You don't need any impact. Okay? What productivity will help you learn the moves, power moves to do. And then we talk about sustainability and energy management. Big deal. Water, energy, waste, refuse, green and technological integrations. And then building codes. Many of us don't realize that they are loved by the government environment. Many FMs have been practicing for years. They never downloaded the building code once and read it. Everything within the building code is telling the engineers what to do so that the FM can manage the property correctly. And the FM needs to know what's the building code so that they can know what to expect when they are delivering property to you to manage. Because if you don't know, you accept rubbish and to become on you, you will not be able to pick up all the defects that you fix. Okay? And then firefighting and fire maintenance. Many systems are built into facilities nowadays for fire. When there are gaps, you need to know those gaps. You train you on this. Emergency preparedness and business continuity is a risk management course. Everything that can go wrong, be prepared to know that it can go wrong. If you're not prepared, when it happens, that's when it's not an emergency to you. If you know how to prepare for your risk, then it's not a risk. Then, many of us will work for many years and then take up a job. Take up a job, what does that mean? What does that mean? Pick up a job rather and start a business later. What is that business going to look like? Many of us are already running businesses right now, but we're trying to grow it in the FM industry. We have a cost for them, so it's not just for employees, it also covers businesses in FM. And then security services. We just realize that FMs typically see security as a different and not part of them. If you cannot integrate security with the work you are doing as an FM, you're going to lose it. I've lost 3 sites because of security lapses. Security behaves so brainless sometimes that when the client comes to me to complain about it, I start crying. Me, I've been crying for the first thing. Until I have to say, you know what? Once the security team is being deployed, I manage them into my team. So they have to start hearing what my team hears and behaving the way we behave, because they can dampen and kill the experiences for your customers and end up creating a bad impression for you. You don't know how to manage them direction. Risk and property management. So all of those things that have to do with leases, agreements. You know, some of you have service charge in your agreements, and yet you don't understand the scope of the service charge. And as such, you keep spending money doing the things that you are paid for, right? Some of us manage estates. We don't know how to, manage those billing and those conversations that have around the enforcement. You end up telling that to be fighting for the kids to block them from entering to their service charge. Go to court and then you win. Let me to do stuff. And then we have technology, right? We have the cost to demo technology. By next month, we are going to deliver software to the market so that one can subscribe and become part of this. And then we now have food trips where we go look at air conditioning, electrical, we go to look at buildings, complex buildings, construction sites, where you can see how the things you learn in classroom and experience and be translated into. So that's basically what we do on the FM Masterclass. Even this worldwide. Questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. I'm sure we had a great time in this session. So if you have your questions, let's have them now. But I'll just run us through what we have left. We have a whole lot left after now. We'll take a 5-minute break to stretch ourselves out. We'll come back after that, and then we'll go into workplace productivity. We also have the facility management in real estate, operations, contracts, careers, and safety. So if you have any friend in real estate, it's time to call them to be part of the next session. We'll also have group activity, whether you are online or on-site. Online, we'll break you out into group sessions there, and then we'll also have sessions here for group activity. We also have the panel session. We'll have our alumni come to talk to us on what's been going on with them after the FMC course with you, and you have opportunities to ask them questions on how they have moved on. So for now, let's have questions from those that have questions. Those online, please drop your questions. There's a the QR code there, you can drop your questions. On site here, I thought I saw 2 people raise their hands. Questions. Okay, let's have it.
I've seen that we're going to have something like HSC, subject management. How do we compare ourselves to people that have certifications in those fields?
HSC and project management are skills in management profession. Okay, some people take HSC and project management as their profession. But for you, you have facility management as your profession, where you need project management and HSC, right? So if you get your FM professional qualification first, you can go ahead and add project management and HSC qualification to boost your level in your own profession. But do not ignore professional certification in your profession and go first for the side certification that are supposed to boost your profession. Some people make the mistake. Okay, before I get to that, the HSC is a statutory requirement. So everybody working in facilities in Nigeria should actually be ISPON certified. It's a statutory requirement. You need to have HSC qualification. So that does not make you a HSC professional, it makes you a facilities professional who is qualified to practice facility management. Okay? But the error many people make is they go and take, they don't have a profession yet. They go and take project management as a profession. I find it as lopsided because project management is a skill that is relevant to virtually all professions. If you are a medical doctor, you cannot execute a strict a surgical operation without being a project management qualified person. You know why? Because step 1 to step Z in that operation follows a pattern as procedure setting, right? That you must follow step by step, and that's project management. If you're a financial analyst, for example, you cannot execute a merger and acquisition between 2 companies without having project management skills, right? If you're a facility manager, you cannot execute projects in facilities without having project management skills. If it's only project management skill you will have, it may not be employable. Because even a party planner, event planner, still want you to have a domain experience in party planning with your project management. So project management is basically what you use in planning events, isn't it? But if you don't understand the event, you will still not, so you may just end up as a professional that is unemployable. So instead, my advice is hold on to your profession, get certified in your profession, and then go and acquire other certifications that aids your growth in your profession. Okay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. There's another question here. It says, what is the regulations should facility manager always be aware of? So basically, what are those regulations that facility managers should be aware of?
It's a lot of us. I'll say start by reading the Nigerian Building Code. Everyone should know everything that comes from escape provisions to fire requirements to building structure requirements to access, disability access, to water, to storage of chemicals. The building code is extensive on what the law expects us to know about compliance and facilities. In addition to the building code, the National Building Code, Lagos State has over 20 model building codes because of several agencies that have been created. Lagos Safety Commission, Lagos Wastewater Agency, Lagos Urban Renewal Agency, Lagos name them. I think you should have up to about 15 of those agencies. LAPSCA, exactly, they're everywhere. You cannot be ignorant of them. Because somebody just walk up to your phone one day, submit you one letter, to book appointment with you to come and do inspection, and inspection is in areas that you never even thought somebody was in charge of. And they will come home, they will put sticker on your plates, evacuate people from your building. Your ignorance is not an excuse in the law, okay? So it's important that we grasp everything. I have a small summary I've done. I'll share it in one of our emails to everybody that is up for this program. We have a summary of agencies and the laws, the communicates, and how FM should comply with them. I'll make that available to you. I'll probably put it in the LMS. When you get on the LMS, you can download it. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Paul. There's another question. How do we manage costs with quality, where cost is the main consideration?
I said specification is your tool. Hold on to detailed specification first. Let there be an agreement on specification. Once there's an agreement on specification, you should be the one driving for the lowest cost that meets that specification. If anybody can meet your specification cheaper, you have failed. So nobody else should be forcing you on cost. First of all, focus your effort on detailed specification and actively fight for the cheapest cost possible for that specification. Are we together?
So,
Question, yeah.
Are parents worried next 20 to 30 years that drones are likely going to take their jobs?
No.
Okay.
No. The only FMs that should be worried are the ones that refuse to ride on technology and AI. They should be very worried. In fact, they should be worried now in 2026. For example, FMs are still writing letters to customers without getting AI review. FMs are still writing reports that doesn't make sense. FMs are still preparing spreadsheets that numbers don't balance. AI can help you solve all of this right now. So why are we still making mistakes? We are moving past this era of editor. Editor was there. FM did not use editor. Grammarly didn't subscribe. So we still wrote letters that made us look illiterate. Now with AI, I didn't renew my Grammarly subscription. AI will, if I tell AI that this, I just wrote a manual for estate rules for one of my estates. And I wrote to AI, I said, it seems like I'm too harsh in my statements. Can you please make it milder and friendly without losing any of the points? AI wrote 28 pages of this thing. In fact, I put some quotes here and there, smiling. It was so funny. It was so nice. It wrote everything for me. You understand? So why are we still having FMs who write their rubbish and still carry it like that and go and dump? No, now. No. So basic prompt engineering. We are building software now that we don't want you to remember how to service AC anymore. My software will get to you. Just put, I have high sense towards power inverter AC. My software will tell you every week do this, every day do that, every month do this. Do you want work order created for each of them? My software will roll out all the work orders for you. If you've done it, you check. If you've not done it, my software will count it against you. You get what I'm saying? At the end of the month, your reports, you kind reports, you write reports, say you make some mistakes. Some FM reports are not the one. This guy did the last month report before I take this month report. There's no connection between this month and last month. As if you are starting a new job with your new reports. But now, just get the AI to say, this is what I have in mind. This is my last month report. Can this generates my new reports to connect what I did well last month, what I did better this month, and what I need to improve. Produce for me. AI will do it for you now. So if you can't write AI, you'll be out of job this year. So let me recommend every FM, go and learn prompt engineering because it's garbage in, garbage out for AI. If you tell AI to do it, I didn't know how to tell it what to do, it will do upside down for you. They also hallucinate. So if they produce results for you, you should know which one is correct and which one is wrong because when it gives you wrong report, you copy and paste. The moment I see it, I know that you have shut your brain down. AI has spoiled you. So please, write AI, write technology. We still go around taking meter reading. All the meter reading, write them down. Why? There are small ways now of using RS-485 cables to connect the communication ports of all the meters. Connect all of them to one point, put a gateway there, put a SIM card in that gateway, and have all that data live, real time in any dashboard. Even if I want it to show up in a Google form, Google Sheet, I'll put the information there. So there are things we can do now that will guarantee that we stay relevant in the era of technology and AI. Otherwise, and interestingly, when AI is coming in, it is going to displace a few people who do not want to ride on them, and it's going to introduce more people. So it's going to expand our profession, not shrink it. Okay.
So what is the link with this course, the FMMC and IFMA?
Okay. The FMMC is a Max-Migold Nigerian certification. IFMA is American international certification. There is no direct link other than the fact that facility management is a global profession with concepts that are similar. Okay. But what we have done is that we have adapted our learning for our own African environment. So we have more of our students coming in from Ghana, from Botswana, from Uganda, from all of the African countries join us in Nigeria as the majority because they can relate with us. We are actually ahead of them in terms of FM adoption and FM implementation, so they join us. But when you end this FM Mastercraft diploma, you have gained what I would call a comprehensive knowledge of FM plus local content added to it. Okay.
Okay. Someone else, or is there anyone in-house that wants to ask a question? Okay. Someone is saying you had said waste management falls in the category of soft services. The person wants a clarification why sewage, water plants, they are all soft services.
No, all plants are hard services. So water plants, sewage, fire protection, they are all hard services. What we talked about waste is refuse. Refuse is occupant service because the kind of refuse that generate from a hospital is depending on the people and the use of that space. The kind of refuse that generate from a hotel is different from what I would generate in an airport or in an office, right? So whatever I adapt because of the users is soft service. Whatever I adapt because of the building and type of building is hard service.
I'm sure that is clear. One more question before we take our 5 minutes. Is how can one integrate soft service into the organization's budget from an outsider service provider, such as cleaning and maintenance?
Integrating into the budget means having a budget that we approve. If an organization does not have a budget for something like soft service, it means they don't recognize the value or the importance of such a service. You know, sometimes somebody can tell you, you know what, let's just be calling someone to come and clean our office once a week, pay him, and go, right, once a week. For that, you still need a budget because you still spend money. There is no soft service that is going to be provided for the first week, right? So there has to be a budget. What we fail to do most of the time is we don't have the budget, but we try to make a case that it's important for us to do something so that company can be bringing money for us, you know, in a random manner. At some point, that cost becomes substantial. They will not say, we cannot keep using petty cash to do this. You must have budget. So even your petty cash should also be budgeted. In essence, what I'm trying to say is that your budget should be created ahead, discussed with management, approved, signed off, so that when you are making a request for funds, you can always refer to a formal discussion you have with management on what budget you need to have for the year. And if something changes during the year, for example, maybe it's a windfall, company can easily come back to you and say, if there are things you want to spend money on, you can. There was a time you were told in share those days, oh, there's 500 million. Where in September, it was spent before October ending. You can't wait to spend that million, no, they have. You understand? Because there was a windfall and money was available. And then there are sometimes that things will just shift, like Iran and the US war now, that have made this to go from 800 to 1,000, 2,000 something now, right? So while you are still trying to go back to residents and occupiers to change tariff and all that, you bear the cost, isn't it? So sometimes you need to make some little adjustments in collaboration with management and occupants, right? So bottom line is budget support.
I think you've already answered this question before. So are we going to collect certificates in this training?
Yes, you have certificates. Everyone that attended the training will receive an email with a link to our learning management system. You will go over this course, just go to the video and the slides that will put for you there. And then you do a 50-question objective quiz. Get 35 of it, that's 70%, and you can use this training. It's very beautiful certificate that will take you far.
Okay, and the last question before we take our 5-minute break. So how can we differentiate between the safety officer role, the health and safety officer role, and the facility manager when it comes to safety of staff and its property?
The FM is accountable for everybody's safety. It is your job. If you have a safety officer, that safety officer works with you to be an extra eye on the process enforcement. Those processes are going to be owned by the FM. Okay, so do not applicate that responsibility. If the safety officer fails, that safety officer is not the one that fails, it's the FM that fails. Okay, so the safety officer collaborates with the FM, but the FM will be the owner of processes that the safety officer is working.
Sorry, there's one question. Are we getting the materials?
Material to be in the LMS, the opposite from the LMS.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Paul. This is 105. You just take a 5 minutes break, just stretch your legs, meet with some other
people. Already.
No, lunch is almost ready. Yes, so we'll have 5 minutes break and we'll come back at 10 minutes past 1. Thank you.
Yes, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
That just shows the
I don't know. Thank you. Two presidents of Nigeria, two pictures of both of them. Thank you very much. I have one that a lot of things were saying if you fresh like why you So there are some things that they so I again, let's start. But I know that for me, how many but that wasn't true. Drones 5 days ago, but now, everything. For example, robot comes in, it's by dogs. Come out and go And someone that did firefights, they actually killed by. Oh, yes, yes. Drones for everyone. Yes.
I want to be a project with energy. The technology was not affected then. So spray paint, rooftops, yeah, the drones we had, the drones we had access to the iPhone, so page out to do drone, but we didn't have the drone capacity to hold the contract quantity of data. Because if you are doing with painting, you stop and you go back to the field and come back, you see a task. Technology that is out there now that's in that country, that's what we don't want that one. And the cost is also going up. The cost is also going up. Yes, cost is also going up. The cost of having a robot that keeps the place perfectly, for example. A few years ago, you send me that situation about now you spend 50,000. Wow, I don't know that. People around the government and just come back to
What would be your advice on Saturday so much? So many that they don't even know which one. And so, what is your advice if someone wants to shoot?
So, that's what I China. So, as for the it's sustainable in itself. But if you have to fly 15,000 miles to here, we added all that fuel. Without finding the meetings in this obsolescence, what we do with them after we have some years.
But they have that problem with the
they have a big issue. So
the first generation,
so that's they are toxic, very, very bad. Toxic, and many of the ones that they are bringing now, the promise over to get after 2 years.
That's where I'm being good.
You understand?
It's a generation
fast. What used to give you 10 hours when you knew the stories.
After 3 years,
going to respond to you came after 3 years. So just come up with something very fast. Usually before, when my son money went off and got pay nights to pass charges, when the son is very much charging before you get that sleep charge. But everyone will see that the only one is very soon at the charge. And even when it's very way it's just off. So you see that the potency has hard to work out. But that's much of the main part. The main part is anywhere people get I don't want so I don't like getting involved in something that is not seen as well. For example, we stop now
All right, let's settle back in. We're about to start the next session. We're about to go into the panel session.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're having a beautiful time. My name is Mrs. Elizabeth Enipa, and I'll be monitoring this panel section where we have emeritus give us experience and what we can expect. So I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll just go straight to the question.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am architect of Dr. Architect David Ayoni. I'm a lecturer here at the Department of Architecture, University of Lagos, and I'm a project manager. I'm a facility manager, and I'm a great smart in systems innovation strategies. I'll explain that later, but that's what. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Asasoju. I'm a facility management professional with safety management competencies, and of course, I'm a project manager. I've been practicing now for about 10 years, and I tell you, facility management is not just a profession you go into. It's a profession you learn. It's a profession that requires that you station yourself for continuous learning. So you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Dioba. I am an estate surveyor by profession, currently a facility manager with Provas Limited. I'm glad to be here to share my experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mr. Jackson Irene. I'm a facility manager. I'm also a former staff of Max-Migold.
Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Victor forgot to tell like the president of the alumni, Mr. Joseph, okay? Could you walk us through your career progression in facility management after completing the independence?
Okay. Thank you very much. I understand deeply well that artificial intelligence, machine learning, some other things popping up today are revolutionizing how things are done in the world, especially in the FM space. But I'm very organic with some of the things I'm going to be sharing with us. I came in contact with Max-Migold Training Center about 5 years ago. Before then, I enrolled for Master in Facility Management at the University of Lagos. So I was on the MSc program, and I think shortly into that program, COVID broke out. And I said to myself, I'm already running a master degree program. Do I need to come in for this? Despite the fact that I've attended a couple of free trainings. But one thing became very jamming for me at that point. I discovered this is not to decimate the place of the master degree in the life, but I discovered that most of the information I've received from here helped me on the job, was very helpful. And there were informations that were not made available at the University of Lagos. So I said to myself, if I could get this information, why not come in for the program, pay for it? And so the first job I got after graduating from Max-Migold, I was surprised that the interviewers, after making me to go through the first layer of interview, they resorted to asking questions concerning this program. I wouldn't know the number of projects students do now, but I knew that as at that time, you had to do six projects as a graduate from the Mastercraft program. The GM of that particular organization, staff facility, switched from the first layer of interviews and he began to ask for questions from this course, from this program. And in my head, I was like, you guys were not at the training center. How come you're asking questions from here? That is to tell you that talent acquisition specialists across the country are monitoring what is happening at Max-Migold. So for some of us, you will not escape some of the questions, some of the things we are currently doing at Max-Migold, some HR specialists will ask you questions on trainings happening here. And I tell you, most of the templates, most of the checklists, most of the guidance we received during that time was most of the things were pivotal for me in some of the organizations where I worked. So I would say to anyone who cares to listen today that don't just attend this free training and then see it as a stepping stone to doing the right thing. Don't leave this place today without signing up for the program. I was at the University of Lagos and I did the GFM program, I mean diploma program here, and I can tell you authoritatively that if you must scale heights out there, especially with the emerging challenges in the FM landscape, this is the program to do. And when you plug in, I'm telling you, you'll be making the right investment because your employer will readily see the impacts on your job. You hear things like, are you taking any program? Are you doing what are you doing differently now that you've not done before? So I tell you, and like I say, Mr. Paul is our global mentor. For some of us here, you may see him as someone who is training people in Nigeria, but globally is someone who is someone who is highly respected. He's also a lecturer at the University of Lagos, an adjunct lecturer at the University of Lagos. So that's to tell you that he knows what is happening in the academic space as well as in the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can all agree that being here is not a mistake, and not just being here, after now, we should also take the next step, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am. How has the knowledge and skill gained from the courses helped you navigate your career and path and seize new opportunities after your training and all that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me be very, very transparent. I studied estate management. I was practicing even before I finished my program at Yabate. I will already have the work experience and everything. Then, as a young lady transiting into getting married, raising children, and I just had, it was like a standstill for me. I had to leave work, coupled with the fact that where I was working, my boss died. And the distance, I was like, okay, fine. And I was pregnant at that time. I was like, okay, let me just give myself some time and face family life. So looking at 3 years, 5 years, I just felt like, how do I go back working? Do I know what's going on and all that? Finally, I got a job. I was like, okay, let me just get a job because I was just tired of staying in the house. I got a job, 80,000 naira as the post was assistant estate surveyor. I was like, let me just do something. Let me just get back. The salary was 60,000 naira. When I got there during the interview and everything, the man was like, didn't you see the job description as assistant, that you are overqualified? I said, yes, that I've been out of work. I just needed to get back. I don't mind. So while I resumed, they said, okay, you are overqualified for this job. We wanted you to assist the person, but now you have to be the head of the person. So the salary they were paying me there was 80,000 naira. I was very excited. And the place was not even far from the house. I can just decide to trek down. And this was in 2023 or so, thereabout, few years. And while in the process, there was facility. I only had facility management while I was in school, but not exactly what it was. So then there's facility management. If it was property management, it's not a big deal. But then there was questions saying our generator. I said, excuse me, sir. We need training because this facility man was like, okay, what do you want? It's actually a what do I call it? It's town planning firm. So they have a facility real estate sister company. So that's how I joined them. And I was like, sir, we need to get training. Then he sent me the link for this free training that we are having now. So I registered online, my colleague and I, for just 2 days. So after the 2 days, I was like, all the knowledge and everything, I don't think it's enough. Whatever you get today and tomorrow, or maybe the training, I don't know, maybe it started yesterday. It's just 1 day. Oh, we had opportunity of 2 days. And with that 2 days, it was not enough. The knowledge was so much and I didn't know where to start from. So I said, okay, when they said the whole thing, I was like, the money is too much. With this my 80,000 naira salary, how do I save? And not, you understand what I'm saying? And then, they say when there is a will, there is a way. In the space of like 1 week, the money came out. And that was how I registered. I said, let me just even start. Under 3 months, before, you would do your 3 months, then training and all that. Under 3 months, I got a promotion at this same work where I started. Whatever I tell my boys, so I say, sir, let's do it like this. Okay, I think we should do it like this. Okay. Even the residents, they started saying that a different person had come, the company had employed a different hand. And my salary moved from 80K to 200K. Wow. I moved from 80K to 200K. And like that. But there's so much, the whole energy, when you acquire new knowledge, just like as if it's just shocking you. I was just looking for, I didn't have enough platform to push out everything I was getting. And the company was just starting and I said, no, I needed to grow. I can't stay here. So I moved into another organization. I was like, okay, let me not look at the money, let me look at the experience. And I started the job 200K too. I said, that's a good start. At least let me just see what it's like. Swimming pool maintenance, I don't know. This one, I don't know. So I started from there because I wanted the knowledge. I needed the experience. In the case, after when there's something Mr. Paul said. He said, when you acquire knowledge, you have confidence. That is what this course is going to give to you. You'll be more confident in yourself. And within 6 months working there, I was like, I know this thing too much now. And there were some things that were just like, no, I can't take this, we can't do this. And when the energy is too much, knowledge is too much, and the organization is not ready to move. I was like, I'll leave this job, another job will come. I left the job after 6 months. And I was like, okay, it was approaching holiday period. It's like, okay, let me just have that time with my children. That same year, September, I was at the MPN conference. I just volunteered. And I was just talking to somebody. And one man just came to me and was like, the way you are talking, and where do you work? I said, I don't have a job. He said, you don't have a job. With the way you are talking. If you see when I'm talking, you know what this course will do for you? If you don't know anything, in facility, like you are moving from another course down to facility management, after this training, you stand with people that work 5 years and above, and you look as if you already have 5 years experience. That is what the training is just going to do for you. And along the line, the rate at which you will progress, it will be very, very, very fast. The rate at which you will progress, it will be very, very, very fast. I'm like, okay, fine. Send me your CV. Like play. I went for an interview. When I went for the interview, 2 stage, the person that interviewed me. Let me just tell you, after the course, when you move into the alumni session, that's another ball game because door will open for you. The person that was doing the interview for me, in fact, the people that we did interview, I saw some of my friends that had more experience than when I heard where they were coming from, that this job, they cannot take me. These people, they are good. I was surprised when they asked me to come and resume. The person that handled the first interview, she finished from Max-Migold. And she didn't even ask me too much, like Max-Migold, okay, I will push you to the next stage. Just go and prepare. That's the hard part. And when I got there, I was just blowing all the grammar, blowing all the. And when you have management that are white teeth, and you're like,
I must not fall my hand though. And the name they just like what he said, they ask you question about Max-Migold. The truth of the matter is, the name gives you that open door. Everybody knows Mr. Paul. So when they know Mr. Paul is involved, the door opens, the two doors. Just when the certificate opens one door, and when they ask, Mr. Paul, the second door opens wide without any barrier. And it was easy for me, different organizations, their processing and everything was different for me, but it made the job easy for me. And just like what he said, the way you relate with people, the operations manager that I currently have, I've heard a lot of people talk about him like his principalities and power. But when I relate with him, like, he just make my work easy for me. So you're not just learning, getting certificates, all the technical things that you need, but there's so much to learn, and there's grace. There's grace after the whole thing.
Contribute to them.
I said my salary was 200K. When I resumed here, the total package everything was about 400 and something thousand plus. So imagine somebody earning 80K, 60,000. They said no, the offer was 50K. I started with 80K, and in a year plus, I'm already earning 400K. Wow.
So I'd just like to contribute to what you have said. There's many are called, but few are chosen. Many were invited to this program, just very few are here. And I would like to say that for you to be part of this training today, it's going to be a blessing that will transform your life. I have not seen anyone who has gone through this training and his or her life has not changed. As I told you before, I worked here as a training manager here. And when I was leaving to another facility to help somebody who was starting his own facility management. He said, come, I've been watching you. You've been doing so well here. Come and help me start up my company. One thing this training will do for you, will give you the confidence you need to talk to any employer. It will give you the prestige. Max-Migold is known right now all over Nigeria. Lagos even as a whole. So even when you mention the name, they know. I know what you're thinking about now. You're thinking about the costs. The cost is expensive. 950K is almost 1 million. 750 is more than 500,000. How do I even pay for that? And Mr. Paul is somebody who understands what the masses are going through. And I like the idea of what he has introduced. Come together as a team of 10 and get that huge discount. By the time you take the training is for 6 months. By the time you take the training, you will understand the kind of person that you are and the value that you can give. You will know that what you are currently earning, you're not supposed to be earning that kind of amount. You should be earning something even more higher. And that's what the training will give you. Another thing this training will give you is connection. This training will open your eyes to give you connections. The facilitators that we have, they are so experienced that if at any time you have issues in your facility, just take your phone. Ideally, you cannot take the phone and just call somebody like Mr. Paul and pick. People like that, you pay so much to get to see them. But these things have been given to you in a father way. So I invite you to take the hard decision. Look for a way to start the next part of facility masterclass diploma training. And once you are done, it doesn't matter how long it takes you, you get something better to do. That's what I told a student who reached out to me recently. That once at the end of everything, I pay this money and I don't get a good job. I say you will get a good job. Because we have students in class who, even before the training ends, you're already getting offers. So why would you not get offers? Because that's what the training does. It opens your understanding to see that there are so many things that you don't know before, but this training will expose you. And then we also have conferences. We have our alumni conference that comes up in August. We have the Association of Facility Management Practitioners. We belong to all those associations, and then you connect with people who are MDs and CEOs of different companies, and then you get exposed. So I want you to take this opportunity and don't take it for granted. Don't go home after this program and then don't subscribe to the program. Even if you don't have enough, what you have, just ensure that you speak to Mr. Paul, and then it has a way of helping you to reach that point where you have to be. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, how has your participation in this professional organization contributed to your professional development and networking opportunities?
Okay, so I attended a seminar where the trainer asked a question, said, how many of you can take your phone and call 10 billionaires? Stand up. That's what he said. We're all just staring and looking at him, but that was the question we asked. So, as I said, this training has exposed me. I was in the training team, so the caliber of people who were coming to attend this training were MDs, CEOs, people who are top in the industry. They are still all my friends. That sometimes if I want to reach out to them, or sometimes they even reach out to me and I have their contacts. And if I reach out to them, say I need this, I need that, they will just reach out to me. These people can easily just dash you 200,000 and 4 years. So and today I am happy because I could sit and talk to you, and that's because of what the training has done for me.
Thank you. Round that up, okay? Mama said it, Mr. Mustafa said it, and he has also said it. It's not only about the training. It's not only about the training, right? It's about knowledge. There's knowledge, there is connection. So if you are thinking about how would you grow or what's your next step after, let me just take this risk by enrolling for this training, what would my life look like? Always remember, there's networking, a very good networking, there's growth, and there's also skills for the support in the industry. Pardon?
Mentorship.
And mentorship, yes. Get it. Okay, that's your question, please. What challenges have you faced in your career journey in facility management and have come to and you've been able to overcome them? And how can you share the lessons that you, yes.
Okay, so first and foremost, we've gotten to hear how there are 3 major components of work. First and foremost, from what Mr. Paul has said, has to do with what we call the triple bottom line. The triple bottom line talks about profits, people, and place. So one major problem, one major challenge we have in Nigeria, which I'm sure everybody is aware of, is the issue of power, the electricity problem. And you find out that to overcome such a challenge, you have to be very strategic. So what are the things you do? For example, when you talk about a building, you want to, for example, think about solar power. How do we put solar power? You find out that the very first mistake people make is that before you install solar power, you have to first reduce the amount of load that the building, the energy the building is consuming. So, and you can do that from the facilities, from the wiring, so many things you can do using battery ACs and so on. So you find out that if you're going to install solar, it helps to a point. But there are various sources of green energy. There's solar, there's wind, there's biomass, there's piezoelectricity. And there's the ocean current, which is actually the most effective because that's 24/7. So green energy is one. And when you look at facility management, what I gauge the most in facility management is the ability to think like a leader. When you go to meet somebody for a job, so they assess you. As they are talking, they are looking at you. Now, if you have the qualities of a leader, it is you that will determine even how much you are going to get. And how do you determine that is the value you are adding. So what problems can you solve? So if you meet a person and say, okay, they want to employ you as a facility manager, the first thing that they want to say is they want to give you a certain salary. But by the time you tell them what kind of solutions you are bringing, how you will make the company more profitable, all the wastage that they are having because you are tracking the energy, you know all the wastage and so on. By the time the owner of the company sees that you are going to make that business more profitable by virtue of the fact that you're a facility manager, in fact, whatever salary he had in mind, he will not be able to say it. You'll be thinking of double whatever he wants to give you. So that value you add, and that's the first thing, that's systems. So because that involves processes. The second aspect has to do with people, and that involves strategic innovation. You have to be strategic. You have to connect with the people at the top, connect with people, the people you are working with, and so on. And there's a third group of people you should connect with. Those are professionals. One of the advantages in Max-Migold is that you link up with other people. You connect with professionals in the building industry. You connect with other people. So, for example, if you get to a place and like what we're talking about fire escape, ideally as a facility manager, you should be able to ask for the plan of the building. When you go through this course, you'll be able to read a plan of the building. When you look at the plan of the building, maybe there isn't a proper arrangement for fire escape. From the plan of the building, you need to tell them that we will need to have fire escape in this place, and so on. You're already adding value. So that is on people. And then the third aspect has to do with place. How do you make the place more sustainable? Because the ultimate goal is to optimize productivity. So you want to make the environment sustainable. That's so what I did for profit, people, and place is I created 3 things. Now I said I would a great smart systems innovation strategies. Number one for profit is systems. You must be digitally compliant. You must have smart digital systems. Number two for people is strategy. You must have strategy. How are you going to relate with people? You know, so they don't see you as a threat, but see you as an asset. And then the third one has to do with place, and that is the third S. So there are PPP, profit, people, place, and there are 3 S's that I came up with. That is systems, that for digital systems, strategy, and structure. So for the structure, that's infrastructure. So whatever structure you are putting in place to make sure that as a facility manager, you are adding value, you make sure that that building or that place is very sustainable. Thank you very much.
So we talk that it's not just to be a facility manager. I'm a facility manager in the total facilities. It's not by titles, but we also have to do it. We have to have the knowledge and the skills. And if we do all this, we'll continue to find ourselves in better places. We'll continue to see that this is not a waste of time. Education is important. No end to learning. And I will take this session and say thank you very much for coming. And
thank you.
Let's spend some time looking at something.
Lunch time.
When you have time, it's
So it's lunchtime now. I think we will resume with we'll have 15 minutes for lunch. We'll be coming back at by 2:05. 2:05. Okay, 2:05.
Ẹ̀rìn òjò má bínú o. Mo busy àrẹ tí wọ́n sẹ́ndì ẹ̀ sí gan, màá pè é sí ìjọ má bínú. Sọ́ọ̀rì ìgbàgbọ́ fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀. See my office. See, that's no, me and usual TV. This, and I don't give it so. You go opposite my office. It's the dark color. Hello, sir. Yes, very soon now. Chiyombo just upload. Shama will approve it now. The CCTV camera something. If not, send it to me. The code. The code for fix. What about that? You put the rest now. She put the rest. Doesn't disturbing me, yes. Tell him now. Say you have 2,000 to it. Let's talk. Make you talk now. Now you go talk. You don't come. Like, okay, now 7,000 you say you go give, but as I don't see you, now 20 naira go bill. You say I naked the price cloth for I wear cloth somewhere that they sell. Been now. You say I naked when you say I did that spirit.
So again, it's the fact I know our mouths are busy, so we don't have to talk. And just into our hands, we have this support to take what's the next section support.
This one, okay. Tell God, see. That's what I was telling you the other time. That was what I was asking you about this thing. You see inside.
I wanted to send a message.
No, now you for ask before you venture now. Now so you supposed to ask now. Before battery, 700. It's even better now. It's even cheap. It's cheap. I know. It's cheap because for one.
I
How I wish I had the money was free for myself. Okay. That's yes. Everyone sees very nice. We really need to get training. Even when we get back to the episode, we have to speak to our director and HR that if you look for a reason to make sure they pay for. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes. Impression.
It's been nice. I'm very impressed.
Okay.
That's been brilliant. And I wish I could. But we're rolling from
Very awesome. Yes. I wish to be fantastic. Thank you. I also have a customer system. Okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah, it's important so far. Yes.
Best time I noticed. Very good. And I'm hoping I start this.
Thank you. Yes, impressions. Yes, you want to something.
He wants to say something.
Okay, let me hear from you. No, it's fine. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Very good. Madam, you haven't said your impressions. I want to hear from you.
No, it's interesting. I'm like,
Sorry.
so my impression is that the training so far has been so impactful. Although I attended the first one of this training last year, 2025. So I don't have the fund to enroll for the training. But I think moving on from now, I've been encouraged and I've started working towards it to get enrolled.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Impressions, yes?
Actually, yeah, I have to know that.
Okay.
I think the best is was very good.
Very good.
Actually, I'm already on.
Of course. You're welcome. Impressions, who will go next?
Online.
Okay, yes.
Somebody actually went to me, so far, it met my expectation, even surpassed my expectations. I think it's the fault that every facility president, because it shows that it's going to be more of practical, but showing that we usually have an answer at this point.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Based on what Mr. Paul has said, is there anybody here that's interested in the group discount? Because I think that's a fantastic thing. If you have your friends, you can actually start planning that now. Or if some of you are friends here, because I think this is the first time. It's the first time. It has not been done before. So that's a way of you thinking, because we all know how the economy is. But I feel that, you see, when you're going to have the chance of a lifetime, if you ask anybody, usually they don't know. I don't think anybody is prepared at that point in time. If Mr. Paul is telling you his own story, especially when you did the courses abroad, what you had to go through to achieve the courses he did, I think he sold everything he had. You know, that kind of thing. So when you are going to have the chance of a lifetime, a breakthrough, it will not come easy. It's not something that you know something. It's something you have to plan. So for him to have given you that strategy, that you have group. If you have group here now, you better get 2 or 3 of you start coming, you know. So I just want to say that if you have that idea, or if you have friends or your family, you know you have people that you can actually talk to, that all of you will come. It could even be from your office. You understand? If there are some people from your office that by the time you come together, maybe there are 3 of you, you can win the discount. And I just said that.
Do you know who gave me that idea? Nigerian Institute of Architects, Port Harcourt branch. 2 years ago, they came and made this negotiation. They said we are a company. I said, you don't work together, do they apply to you?
Yeah.
They said, no, since we are all part of the same association, can we tap into this? And I think almost 20 of them took their FMMC, and they're all doing very well.
One of them is Kiko, one of the guys we met on the video, those testimonial videos. Let me tell you two stories. Just like we heard from President of the Alumni, Joseph Adesanya, now how I attended a few trainings this year and then next year again, before I was able to make up my mind and take few trainings. I've had that story more than 100 times. In one particular case, the guy attended the free training 4 years. 4 years. And he didn't take the training. The first year he was earning about 80,000. The next year was earning about 80,000. The third year he moved to 120,000. By the time he came for the fourth year, this guy was still on 120,000. So he came and said, I have not been able to do this training because I don't have the money. And I said, no, it's not because you don't have the money, it's because you don't have the will. Yes. He now said, how can I pay? I think it was 550 or 500. How can I pay 500 when I'm earning 120 a month? I said, go figure it out. So 2 weeks later, he came back, had some conversation, I gave some concession, but eventually he took it. A couple of weeks ago, so this is now like a year after he had graduated. I had someone who desperately did a facility manager. You know how they'll come to me, please give me your people you train to employ. Let me start. I don't have money for experience. You don't need to get fresh ones. And I said, this guy, they are fresh now. Go and meet this man too. When he came back, he said the guy refused to pay for him. And I said, if for anyone to it now as we speak, because of the training you did for 3 months, you cannot better than that 450. Even me, I was shocked. I said, bros, calm down. He's most this guy is my friend. Work for him for at least a year or two so you can also get some more experience. So it's what I begged. And he finally accepted 350. What am I saying? He did 80,000 to 120 4 years. And in 1 year, we had to beg him to take 350. Two things happened there. One, he is now competitive. The demand coming. He has gone to so many interviews that he now knows that he's in need. People need him. You know, exactly. So if you apply, and nobody invites for interview, you know that's a problem there, isn't it? But the next the first day you apply, they invite you, second day you apply, they invite you. Even the employee 1, 2, 3, you know that something is my CV that they are seeing. So that's the first point I want to make. If you have Max-Migold in your CV, as having graduated from the FM Mastercard program, you will not be passed over for an interview. It's not possible. Right now in Nigeria. That first foot in the door, you will have it. That's the first thing. Second point I want to make is the cost seems high. But with what I've told you about 80 to 120 in 4 years, to 350 the next year, what do you consider as an investment for a 500,000 cost then? 3 months. Isn't it? It means that you cannot earn enough. The difference was able to pay for the training in. Now let me tell you another scenario and that story that played out. When we started out in 2016, 2015, 2016, the first training we had was with John Rignes. I left start from Canada. So I invited him and we had all kinds of issues. He was returned back from the airport. I lost 5 million. I got him back again. I proposed training for a week so I can bring him back again. The guy didn't rest. He was back and forth. By the time I finally came, we had that training. Then we used to charge 165,000. And some guys came to me and said, your training is too expensive. Of course, they didn't know what goes into my training, how many international recruiters that get involved in what I do and the kind of company I do. And the kind of facilitators and faculty members I bring in. So it's too expensive. I say, what are you comparing it against? They now gave me two competitors. There was one training center in my quarter here that was doing for civil mentoring 4 days, 29,900 at that time. And then there was another institute of contracts and some company in Chagotedo that was also doing facility management training. That one they're charging about 70,000, 80,000. So they had crowds. So a year later, this guy came for the FM Master Company. By this time, we had done both the 29,001 and the 17,001. Yeah, so I got on 2 training. So now came back here and took the FM diploma. So in one of our questions, okay, so what exactly now motivated you to come? Because you have gone this, you've gone there, you've gone to our free training 1 to 3 years. So why do you come back now for the free training? He says he has seen the difference. Now, let me tell you something. There are certain things you put in your CV as a training that makes employers decline you to even see you. They just first remove you because that's one thing they will say, well, I gave you is not certified facility manager. And that's an insult to any employer in facility management, knowing where that there's one CFN globally, you earn from IFMAN. Even Max-Migold does not have the I don't know how to put it, the audacity to call our diploma certified facility manager. Those guys they have the boldness to issue CFMs. So I thought the employer saw CFM. And then you now put the name of the person you got the CFM now one can place. They will not even call you at all. They just see you as a charlatan already. So in your quest for progress, you might end up walking into a trap in some of those programs. Okay, so be very careful. Even if you attend them, don't put them in your CV for your own. Because employers, when they see your CV, they will call. There was somebody that did free training, got a paid for free training, and puts graduates of Max-Migold FM Mastercraft diploma in his CV. They called me and said, this person is graduate. And I said, where's the certificate number? They said, I said, check that link. We checked. It was the free training. I said, okay, he did the free training. If they had not done the FM Mastercraft. And I said, oh, did he train you at all? I said, yes, he did the one day training. Okay. We will employ him and I will send him back for the main training. But even the free training opened the door better than it's a CFM. Somebody went to get him. You don't be cautious of how you invest in your future. But let me put one final note. Every year you don't take a decision. I know how much you lose. Every year. And every year you don't take a decision. The price does not wait. So people who pay 165, 250, 350, among them, you will hear them talking about their experiences. They didn't pay 90. And I don't know where the economy is going, whether 950 will still be available next year. Are we together? So every year you don't know that one, doesn't wait, two, you lose. I employed somebody recently, 400,000 naira. And she said, when she came for the program, she told me she didn't have money. She only had money for school fees or something. And I said, instead of giving that money to pay school fees for a child, they're not going to pay money now. Let that child stay at home and the product of staying at home where they don't money. You use that money, so invest in yourself. Because what you are going to earn in the next months and years is going to more than compensate for that period. that you didn't send that child to school. It sounded very harsh, but that's the reality. You are the producer. Improve, invest in yourself. So your rate of production will what? Increase. So that to stay in one spot and end up giving the little thing you get out and not be able to get more. Okay? I don't want to make those points because like I said before, until you get on board, you don't know what you'll be missing. It's when you are now there, you now start asking, say, where have I been all my life? Final points. If your employer wouldn't do it for you, find a way to do it yourself. Too many people are waiting for employers to pay for their training. Employers are also afraid that once you finish the training, you will run away. It is just the reality. It's just the reality. In fact, if you were my kind of employee, I would not want an employer to pay for my training. They offered me brand new Jeep. I resigned from the company because of that. Because the Jeep was tied to 4 years commitment. You know what I'm saying? If you know where you are going, you don't need any entanglement. You want to be upright and moving, right? So anything that will entangle me, I don't want it. My old Jeep, then I read old Jeep, I've been using since 2012. It's outside here now. I have to go and bring it from the platform so they can show my player and say, I get my own Jeep. I don't need the other home for 4 years. What am I saying? Self-independence. All that I'm entitled to this, I'm entitled to that. Get rid of that in your mind. You're entitled to nothing. The world owes you nothing. Nothing. Okay? So take the bull by the horn. If you have to, and then some people just go ahead, make more money, they're going to start paying deposit for one plot of land in Ekpe. And then the question is, if you use 3 years to buy the land from 20,000 naira a month, how many years will you use to build the house? Inside your 200,000 naira salary. If you go and get a train that moves your 200K salary to 500K salary, and you start saving the 300,000 from your salary every month, in 2 years, you can deposit for a mortgage and get a house that is ready, that you can move right into. This is not a joke. I've done it at least 2 or 3 times in Lagos, where I will put a little money down, they'll give me the house that is ready. I will pay. You understand? If you have not arrived at that level where your earning capacity is high enough, please invest more in your earning capacity, not in your spending capacity. Okay? Don't make commitments that will become wasted. Early in my career, I made some of those mistakes. There were some of those lands that I paid deposit for that I cannot retrieve today. I can't get my money back. I can't get the land. If I send it to one of them, they said, the land there was 350,000 years ago. I think it was about 4 plots in one of those estates. By the time I came back now, they now said that estate has been taken. They will move me to another forest in the states. And when I get there, I will pay development value of 5 million per plot. Before they will allocate. It's not as if they will show me where the plot is. When I was paying for it, when I was small. So let's be conscious of how we invest in ourselves, because some of the things we put our money are actually scams. Okay. Okay. If I told you that so far we just touched the tip of the iceberg, will it surprise you? Should surprise. I want to open your mind and eyes to some nuggets. I will fast because I want to be quick. I have another class that starts at 4 p.m. that I need to pay. Okay, so pay attention, everybody. Those of you online, please feel free to drop your comment. See, I'm monitoring your comments. and your questions so that we can be together in this conversation. Yes. Click. Okay, moving on. So I want to talk about some strategies to further operational excellence in facility management. As I go into this, I want to just tell you something that pay attention to this because it's going to make a lot of difference to you. There are 5 levels at which you can operate facility. At the highest level is the level I call the proactive level. What level is that? Proactive level. At the proactive level, you decide everything you do. Nobody makes a request to you. Nobody comes to tell you to do anything. You have a plan. You have a plan that you are, and the customers are getting 100% from you. That's proactive. But sometimes proactive can be utopian, too idealistic, because even among the best of us, someone else will still catch something or still tell you, I think we can do this, I can do that. So we allow for the second level, which is the level of request, where a boss can say, shape this and shape that, or the customer can say, this is what I want, right? So that's the second level. Level 2 is the request level. Level 2 is partially reactive. You have 80% of your plans, and you're executing them, but you have 20% of things that, comes to you. Somebody telling you, I've done this, I've done that. I had a site once. That site was a missionary site, white men all over the place. And facility managers often end their careers there because of these levels and the strategies. When the president of that site does his work or his stroll or his jogs in the morning around the campus, once he gets back on the desk, he will write like 30 different things he observed that are wrong with facilities. He will send them to the FM. While the FM is battling to resolve 7 out of that 30, the man's got on that job tomorrow morning again. He has another 30 again. So therefore, getting overwhelmed, just trying to respond back to I have sorted this one out, I have sorted that one out, was so inefficient. And most of the time, people get fired because once he escalates how terrible and how unresponsive you are, they won't transfer it on that side, they just sack you. The way the hospital experience I gave earlier was, I got to this site. Within 3 days, I saw the pattern. I cannot stop him from jogging, can I? Can I say for writing? I can't, right? What can I do? I need it does the job in the evening. So I do my inspections in the morning. So in the morning, I will inspect all the places I know he normally runs through and sort of 30 issues. Before he goes out for his job, he will receive an email from me about all the things he has dropped before that I'm working on and the new one that I have. So when he does his inspection and drops me his 30 minutes, I will check them off within 10 minutes. This already done, this already done, this already done. Somebody's already on this. This one we are on it, but when you see results. And then by the time you come to the next day, his list becomes shorter and shorter until my guy stops the inspection. It was from that site I resigned for the first time as a facility manager. And when I resigned, he used his own money to buy flight tickets to go to the US to go and protest to find out who really that separate division. He was so living. That's the power of proactivity. No magic, nothing. Just before your customer sees there's a problem, you have what? Seen it, you have fixed it or planned to fix it, and you have communicated what you have seen. Even the one that you have not yet done, the fact that the customer knows that you have fixed it and you have planned it and you communicated back to him, you have disarmed him. You guys should be planned. You reduce his load.
Nobody wants to be doing extension for you. You know that. It is your frustrating their work that turns them into facility managers. Okay? So at that 20% reactive or request is okay. But at level 3, which I call level of complaint, you don't want to not do it at all, or do it too slowly, right? So that the person has to come back to you to complain about what he requested yesterday, that he's not satisfied about how it is done or not done, isn't it? You want to have complaint to be how many? How many percent? 0%. So if you're having so many complaints, should you be celebrating? Right? Because your goal should be what? 0 complaints, isn't it? But is that the worst that can happen? Having so many complaints for most FMs? It's not. Most FMs have a false level, which you must stay clear of. And this is called the level of escalation. You know, you failed the proactive, they gave requests. You didn't do it well or you didn't do it at all. They complain. Complaint came to you, right? At level 4, they are not complaining to you. They are complaining to a third party, your boss, their partner, their colleague. Somebody is just wondering why they have so many adapters and extension box in their bag. Why you carry so many things to the office? Why do you have to have tissue and paper and a gallon of water? That help me. Don't mind them all. Yeah, if I don't put water in the toilet, it doesn't work. If I don't have this, I have to carry my team back home, so I have to arm myself. At that point, it escalated. You know that. If they call your boss, Jimmy is not doing well at all. We reported something to him Tuesday. Until now, Jimmy has not even talked to us, let alone fix the issue. That's a what? Escalation. You know the worst part? Some of you carry escalation as a tool for our operation. That you report to me that day, please call my boss and tell him how serious it is because they won't give me money for it. That's criminal. You are not just burning the cable of your boss, you are destroying your own professional reputation. Because the reason your boss will not give money to do it has to do with integrity, has to do with competence, has to do with credibility. If you call your boss, I need 20,000 naira to fix something for a client, your boss will give to you immediately. You know why? He will give that money immediately because he trusts that you are doing it in the best way of the company, nothing is going to your pocket, and you are doing the best cost, best value. So he gives you 20K without thinking. If your boss has to do extra work, or send somebody to go and check first, or he coming to come and see by himself, you have a problem. You have a problem, which you have to fix. So instead of keep blaming your boss for not giving you the money, ask yourself, what am I not doing right? So before you now get to the point of going that terrible route of telling the customer to escalate it. If they hear from you, they will feel serious. They will know it's serious. They are messed up at that point. Okay? Because your boss and you are one, as far as the customer is concerned. There are only 2 sides of the coin. The service provider and the service receiver. End of story. Every other thing, there's no option. Finally, level 5. Is there a level 5? There is. Level 5 is called crisis. At crisis, they are no longer complaining, they are no longer requesting, they are no longer escalating. They just ignore you. They are now in the stage of called self-help. You know how self-help works in most offices? You will see it, small plants in everything. Power banks all over the place. Small generators. Small gallon of water on the side. Napkins all over the place to clean. Are you getting what I'm saying? People have now become a utility and a facility service to themselves. That's when you know that you are in what? Crisis. You want to be in crisis? Okay. Let me get into the things. The egg comes stay, right? Let me get into the things. I want to do this, guys. Yo,
I've seen, you know why you have to listen? You know why you have to listen? There are two reasons. One, you have to see level at the top. I've seen level at the top. And two, you have just eaten. Immediately you eat, there is a lot of concentration of nutrients around your gut. So all the cells that used to be active in the brain, they are all going to get their supply. After the few minutes of eating, you all go and get their share. During that period, your brain starts to go. So please let's stand up. Let's all stand up. Stand up. I'll keep talking for about 5 minutes. You get light? There's no light. If your light will come on, this would have come on automatically. You saw light there. You changed over to the generator and didn't change it back. Okay, leave the windows closed. Leave the windows closed. The lights are gone. Okay, so study number one, you must know how to man your site. Human beings do the work. There is no thing you do in FL you can do alone. Is there anyone? You need technicians, you need cleaners, you need all kinds of people. If you don't know how to put the right people in the right kind of work, you will have issues. And by the way, what we are suffering now in Nigeria is a dearth of good workers. Now, let me put that in. Many of us think that there are no jobs, right? But that's not true. There are more vacancies than there are qualified people to do them in Nigeria right now. So you might have 1 million people who don't have work. Out of them, only 100,000 can actually do any work they are looking for. The remaining 900,000, they are not employable. And that's a big crisis we are in. If you carry somebody who says, I'm an electrician, and you say, let me do a little interview with him, I just ask him simple things. I will normally ask you questions around editing. I will normally ask you questions around electric shocks in houses. I'll ask you some questions about plant testing. I'll ask some questions about setting tools, crimping tools, and the rest, right? And you cannot answer those basic questions. I can't put you on the job as an electrician now. Is it by telling me electrician, I'll put you on the job as an electrician? I can't do that, right? So that one has joined the 900,000 that are unemployable. He keeps shouting everywhere that I'm an electrician, but basic electricity, he can't do. Okay? So that's one problem we are having in Nigeria. So now, if you now have few people who can do the job, now, and you now have many people who cannot do the job, who are not suited for the job, how do you fill up all your positions? You have to now do with people who are teachable, who want to learn, add them to a few, the 1/10 who can do it, isn't it? So that those who want to learn can become teachable. That's where aptitude and attitude comes in. Attitude is the skill. Attitude is the character. If you were to choose who to employ in the midst of scarcity, I beg you, go first for attitude. Good character. You see, I had a recent experience with an employee. This employee will not be called after closing for work, not communicate feedback, not submit reports, not talk to anybody about what he's doing, just behave, completely antisocial. So when you go to a point, I'm not sitting down and saying, I'm not able to increase your salary or promote you. Not because you don't have the skill, but because you have a very terrible thinking attitude. I'll give you time to work on your attitude. For a start, if you miss anybody's phone call, please call back. If you're supposed to be in a session and you are going to be late, please call in and say, I'm sorry, I'm going to be late. Don't act as if you don't care about life. Said, okay. But you made no single improvement. 3 months later, I'm not sitting down in grade 7. This is your last chance. If I call you again and you don't pick, and within an hour you don't call back, that will be your last day here. You know what about me? A week later, I was having issues trying to reach you, and I called you. The phone rang. Thank God they had not blocked my line at that time. The phone rang. When the phone rang, he picked the call and put the phone back in his pocket. So I was hearing him walking. Remember that I said, if you don't pick my call, I'll fire you. Can I fire him? So people are that terrible, very ingenuine, very creative at being useless. Let me tell you something about life. Employers, they look at every move and intention behind the move. Your commitment shows. So when you now are in a position to hire and get people, please also use this consideration to get the right people. Okay? When you have a site to manage, think about your customers from the point of knowing them. Many of us just move into a position, start working, and don't care to know about our customers. You must know about them. You must know who they are. You must know what they prefer. Because if you miss that, you will not be working amiss. You don't have to work amiss. Busy doing nothing. Because when the chips are down and you are looking for people who will testify that you have done anything, you will not see. No single testimony that you are doing. What customers want? Very requirements. Timely response, quick resolution, some customers just like to have that regard that you come back to say, this is what I'm doing, right? I'll be done by certain time. And if you don't know be done, you come back again. They lack courtesy, that respect that goes with it. So if you do their job as if not you employ me. For goodness sake, the person that employed you to serve that customer, isn't it? I was in a shop one time. A cleaner was doing mob stick to chase children for walking or playing over where he just played. I observed it for a while. I said, hey, are you serious that you are trying to beat up children for walking on the place you just played? See, can you imagine that you are the one useless? They are not useless children. They just gave you a job and you're about to lose it. If those children were not playing around to dirty this place, who would employ you? Who would employ you? So every time you see the people creating the issues that you were employed to solve, always thank them. Those children are the reason that you have a job as a cleaner. Back to that, elevating your mindset from how to what to why. This person completely does not understand why. That's why I see those children as a problem. So people will see something about to go bad in the toilet. Instead of fixing it, they will lock the toilet for 2 weeks. They'll say, if I allow them to use it, something will break. The toilet is meant for who? For the users. You're not inconveniencing them because you don't want them to break something. Understand your customers, respond to their needs. Don't create your own rules around them. Compliance, safety requirements, quality requirements, compliance and FMs, and that. Be proactive. I talked about this proactivity already, right? You should stay at that level. It requires discipline to be proactive. If there is something that you should do 9 a.m. every day, come rain or high water, I will do it. This is what I'm saying. Some of us have excuses. We package and store just in case I can't do it. I will release one of my barrage of excuses. And that's the biggest killer of productivity in Africa right now. We have people who have planned. See, if we leave our shores and go elsewhere and we see systems that work, we become the best in those environments. But here, I don't know what makes us take the license to just gather excuses all around us. For example, in Lagos, somebody will say it's traffic. 2026 traffic Lagos. When were you born? When was there a time there was no traffic? I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Is that still an excuse or is it rain? Is there any year it has never rained in this country? That rain will not be the reason why you promised I will be there by 10. And then I'm not there by 10. So the point here is you need to have discipline, you need to have a structure around how your mind works. For me, for example, I don't believe I should be late for anything, no matter what. So I give myself a head start. The only excuse I give people is that I'm too early. I'll just say, not very traffic of life. Because I don't estimate, say, traffic will choke. So if I'm the type where I used to do 1 hour without traffic, I'll give myself 1.5 or 2 hours in case the thing really choke. You know why? Because I want to be there and not give that excuse that I'm talking about the friend to do this. So I'm better off getting there early and excusing that I'm too early than to be coming late. It's respectful, it's responsible, it's all professional. So we should all be conscious, we should all be careful how we present ourselves to the work that we do. Because at the end of the day, all the certificates will be useless if people see you as non-useful. I don't know if you thought about it. Give a good, credible account of yourself, by all means. And that's why somebody comes to me and say, oh, Mr. I just send money and just get this training done. Will I get a job? Will I get promoted? I say, you will, if you decide to be a good person. I don't see that's qualification. I sent somebody for an internship to a company because the government normally gives money for internship. She don't pay her own transport to that place for 6 months. You know, get the experience so you can get a job, which I will still send that to because when you take the FM Masterclass program, you become a lifetime talent pool. I come to you every year or two to ask what you are doing and ask and tell me what opportunities there are. So if you're in a place, I don't talk to somebody this week, with any 230, and I believe you should be any 500. I believe you should be any 500. That's why I told him by the end of this month, come and see me again. I have several opportunities. So with you. End of this month, we'll finalize and I'll make sure it gets into something that is working. It's part of the package, lifetime. If you work there for 10 years tomorrow and now earning less than what I think his Bible is to that organization, I'm still going to put him out. Employers don't like this part. So, but the reality is that I want everybody who passes through here to always be what? Always be growing. Okay? So if as you now come and ask for this guarantee, and I give you this guarantee, and then you now go and mess up, for in this case, she said to me, it's keeping work. They now called me and said, what's going on? You are killing my reputation. I swore that you would be a good girl when you got there. He said, this is too far. It takes me too long to get there. And then you only give me 20,000 a month. It's never enough to cover my transport. See, they give you money. And you didn't tell me. Because they don't know to give you money in the first place. So they give you 20K. And you are still doing this, let's come here and missing work. So we now talked about it and I said, this is attitude to change. But I now still went out my way to the company and said, please, this is your site that is close to our house in Festa. Can you please locate her there? They now transfer that there. At the end of 6 months, you didn't retain her. You retain her. So by the time I looked at the matter, I just told her, have I not tried? I even went ahead to get them to move you close to your house. And yet you still couldn't off your performance. So we will give you guarantee, but the guarantee will have a caveat that you are ready to be a good person. A good person does what he promises. If you get job description and task assigned and you get amount to be paid to you, right? You will do it as they give you, so you can earn and be happy that you work for the money you are earning, not running shortcuts in bypassing. A good person will be someone that when he
use his words to say this is how it is. Nobody needs to do a double check. A good person is a person that even if you can't do it, you are able to communicate ahead of time to say, I can't do it. Not after it has passed. You know, sometimes something has passed. They've checked the time. It's supposed to be okay. If you have something at 12, you didn't do it. Then you not call in and say, oh, sorry. That will not be possible again today. Something happened. So what happened? Is it that you just realized at 3 o'clock when you promised 12 o'clock? At that point, just be a shake your head. So that's how the people shake their head. They're beating you up. And in many cases, unfortunately, they write you and your company off. So every time I've lost a client, I know exactly what happened. Some employees decided that they do the job the way they feel like. And the client says, Mr. Paul, I know you are good, but you cannot do this thing on the field yourself. The guys you sent to us, they are disappointed us. Your contract has to be executed. I will thank them and I will move on. So what do you think I'll do with those employees? You understand what I'm saying? So if tomorrow somebody like that now wants me to recommend him for another employer, he has the training, he has the skill, but I'm not experiencing poor attitude one-on-one. How would I handle that? It will be very difficult for me to put my pen to paper to recommend such a person because he will go and interact with me again. And there's a people that have worked with me that when I cannot afford, you know how it is, I'm paying you 250 in 2021, 300 in 2022, 2023. And then as you are working and they know you are doing well, they are also praising you. Offers are coming. Every time you tell me on my off, I'm going to be off on Wednesday. That off my interview. You understand? 1-2-1-2 interviews. Offer don't full everywhere. Then the guy now comes and says, sir, some people are looking for my services. They are going to pay me 600,000. You know what I do? I buy you what to drink, celebrating. Because that contract I cannot pay 600,000 for. Why can I pay me 600 for that role, right? I'll celebrate him to go. But you know what? If I now win a contract tomorrow, that the client accepts 1 million for that position, what do? I'll call him, dude, how much are they paying you then? I did it once. And this guy has gone from, okay, he left me at 160, 2016. I didn't know that the first job he went to was 250. I thought that way it still was. So that in 2 years' time or 3 years' time, he would have gone to like 400 or now calling for like 800K. This guy was already earning 8 million. He was now working for a foreign company. So then I called him and said, dude, job don't show. I want to get you back here. Wow. Oh. You understand? But that comes out of the fact that he was good before now adopting all the processes and systems we taught him. He implemented the work to the point where I was impressed, and there's no employer that will not be impressed with me if I am impressed with him. But I'm very demanding. There's a structure to my madness, there's a pattern to it. If you can flow with me, you become so good in 6 months. So good. So if you stay 6 months, 1 year in my employment, and then now go elsewhere, in fact, they will give anything you're asking for. So the point here is, when people take up positions, they take it up not just for the things they are giving, but they're also giving to themselves. You know how this mindset of how much are they paying me? And when they're not demanding of me to, do this and do that, no, I cannot. I talked to somebody last time, and the person said, if the job given me are 5 different jobs, I will ask for 5 different salaries. And I said, is it not the same 8 hours you used to do the 5 different jobs, or are you going to work 5 times in 1 day? You understand? That mindset of I'm giving so much, I should be
pay so much has made many people to not build the experience and the performance levers to excel in life. So be careful, especially for those of us who are still under 40. Be careful about how we push that pay me before I can, pay me before I can. Because when we school in the UK, we tell companies that we want to work for them for free for 1 year, even 18 months. You know why we do that? Because we know the company in their industry that is the leader in that industry. And that's what we want to work in. The leader in every industry wants experience in their industry, right? So if I start demanding money from the laggards or the lower companies in that industry, I won't get the experience. I'll just stay at home. And when you are at home, you are not employable. That's out of question. So when I meet that company, I say, look, I've studied you, I can do this, I can do that, don't pay me. And while I'm there, I'm not just working to solve those problems for them, I'm extracting my reports, their testimonials, the promotion, the commendation letters, and filing it for my dream role. And I'm not going to do it for 6 months or 1 year. I can even do it for up to 3, 4 years. Because at some point, they'll start paying me, start promoting me, I'm building that reputation and that experience so that I can hit my dream role. So many people don't realize that you can call it sacrifice. I don't see it as sacrifice because you are also building your competence muscles. What you do builds you. Do you agree? Yes. Document. In FM, documentation is key. Everything you do must have evidence. Do you want to answer the question, what do you do by mouth? Is that what you want to do? Eh? Or you want to answer the question with evidence, documentary evidence? So you must document everything. Filing is very important. Apply with procedure. Understand the procedures. In fact, if you go to some organization, there are no procedures. You can't be there 6 months and you cannot create procedures. You can't be there 6 months. So I talk to people, I put them on a job, and then they work there for a year or two, and then they come back and say, oh, they're not paying me. No, I think it's time for me to move on. What's the best opportunity? You know what I do? I'll ask them to go and document the value they have to provide them. 2 in every 5 cases, I'll tell them this. Document the results and impact. When I see that, I know you are ready for the next picture. In many cases, I'm telling you the same thing that I will tell people I want to hire. Okay? So evidence on there. And then of course, health and safety. We are responsible for everybody who works in the site, who into the site, or do any business in the site. And you must have proper health and safety. You must plan everything. Don't just wake up and act arbitrarily. If you don't plan, you are planned to fail. Some of us are just lucky in life. When we wake up, we have needs, we have smarts. So we just get things done. They're not behaving us. But we're not taking time to place a process of how things are being done. If we are removed from that position, somebody else is put there, the person cannot do it. You understand? Now, I'm not praising the person who was able to do it but doesn't have a process in place. I'm telling you to fail. Because once you are removed and the next person cannot see a flow of how you were doing it to be able to continue, you have become a disadvantage to both yourself, that person, and the organization, because everything goes down. So instead of you to become a superstar that cannot create processes and cannot document and record, I will remove you on time before I will miss you. I don't know what I'm saying. Because you become indispensable as you, not as a team. And that for me is a problem, not an asset. So if I say you cannot adjust, cannot, document the process of plan, I will have to get rid of you as speaker. Not for anything bad in you. I'll call you out of there. Okay, I'll just run through this. Abilities are becoming smarter, and I want every FM to be ready for it. Remote, I think remote, most advanced technology most of us are used to. AC remote and TV remote. The high level of mystery that we have about buildings. But we've entered the era of voice control, isn't it? I just installed a new kitchen hood, and it's very expensive. But you keep it close. Okay, now we now have a way to know that somebody is not in this room while the AC is on. IoT, a small sensor can tell that the ACs are on and nobody is there. So the AC should go on. And it's not about me, even remotely putting off the AC. If the AC knowing that it doesn't need to be on when nobody is here. That's the level we are in now. Okay, that's in terms of things. So if you have projects that have to do with automations, smart systems, energy monitoring, please come to Max-Migold. This is one of our strongest suits. We make old buildings smart. And these things are not rocket science anymore. They are small devices. I wish I had some here. I will just open that socket. One small red device inside that socket. And that socket becomes smart. I'll just open the sockets where this is switch socket where the ACs are connected to. Put a small device inside the wire, just wire everything, close it back. Becomes this whole office. I can look inside there, I have a DB. All the fuses in that DB, all those breakers in DB, they're all smart breakers and smart. They can come on and off and share. Inside the software. That's where we are with technology. So FM should be ready to this level of inclusion. I took over a building where energy budget was 10.7 million, but within a month, it got to almost 35 million. Within a month, energy bill has tripled, right? So what do I now do? I networked all the meters together, created a dashboard where I see what each kilowatt is doing. So if you say we spend 4,000 kilowatt hours a day, I know what each kilowatt hour produced in value. And that's where I knew that an apartment that is yet to be occupied consumed 50 kilowatts yesterday. Somebody has to explain why 50 kilowatts was spent in that apartment that is yet to be occupied. If I don't have that level of intelligence, what's going to happen? I'll be losing that money every day. Because this level that created in the system now, I will look today now, the author will show 0, 0, 0, 0 for all those that's out of the fight. Nobody goes there to go and put their head off and cost me money. You know those days where you have a event center, security guard will enter inside the hall, put on 20-ton AC. They put on 20-ton AC and sleep. By 4, 5 a.m., they put it off. You don't get me quiet. You don't know that they are costing 40,000 at that night. Because you don't have visibility. You don't know. So imagine years of that practice. You have lost hundreds of millions just because you didn't embrace the right technology at the right time. And this is not cost money the way it is to cost. Okay. All right. Data is modern facility management is all about data. And FM had a problem once when during COVID, we were spending about 70 million naira. During COVID, the office was supposed to be evacuated. His bill was still over 50 million. So one man had to ask what exactly is going on. So there was so much it could not break down with regards to data. What was tied to occupancy? What was tied to statutory compliance to keep the building alive. You know, the energy being consumed in every building, there are some that's used to preserve the building. There are some that need to sell. So if I have the data that separates the two, right, I can show that people have left, this one is now 0. But this one has to be spent because it helps to keep the assets. So we cannot tie that cost to asset preservation or asset value, right? And until I do that, all I'm told is you are using 50 million to manage, 70 million to manage 1,000 people. Now you're not using 50 million to manage 0 people. Connection now looks as if I don't know what I'm doing. How can I use 70 million to manage 1,000 people? I'm not using 50 million to manage 0 people. Should my cost also run to 0? Because I don't have a breakdown, no data. I can't take decisions. I cannot explain myself. When they say you go explain tired, you know those expressions where using many words. So let me explain tired. If you don't want to explain tired, you have to have numbers. You know, numbers is not long. This is for this, this is for this, this is table that explains this and that. In one image, CFO understand what's going on. So in one case, for example, I have residents, they're consuming about half of the total energy. So if the total energy is 10,000 kilowatts a day, the one that the energy, the meters of the residents is consuming is 5,000, right? Which means common areas alone is consuming, because I don't have that data, isn't it? So because of that data, I have to go deeper again and say, okay, which common area equipment is running this? Because I know my fire systems, they will only pick up when there is fire, water is used. These pumps are always quiet. What is it? Air conditioning in common areas. I have shafts, I have panel rooms, all with ACs and the rest. That's when I now saw what the problem was. You have 1 dB in the panel room, and you have a 2 horsepower AC that is on 16,247. It's not just wasting energy, it's causing problem for adjacent spaces because you have humidity. Moisture not spoiling adjacent spaces because we are over chilling spaces that don't need that level of chill. So set some of them to 24 degrees. Observe them for 1 month, realize that 24 degrees is adequate. The next step now to cut that energy consumption is to install timer switches. Make the ACs come on every hour and off for the next hour and on for the next hour. I'll still maintain an average 25-26 degrees, which is adequate for that panel, instead of pumping 16 degrees 24 hours. I can cut the energy consumption by 3/4. So this intelligent. So guys, go back and look into your operation to realize that money is being wasted in huge amounts. If you ask him about similar consumption of energy, you'll be hearing something about 200 something million naira per month.
It used to be 150 million, then gives them double
their rate
to almost 400 million.
Exactly.
So you have like
for a month, right? That's what is being spent to pay light bill, not the diesel tax. Right? Imagine if we have this kind of built into the system where an energy manager can sit down and look at all the hostels that nobody is in during holiday and knock them off 0, 0, 0, 0. Right? And look at areas where people are close from offices. And by 1 a.m., you are still consuming 400 kilowatts continuously to schedule and say offices are going to be shut down from 9 p.m. There's so many things you can do to knock that bill down. But it cannot be done without data. You can do. And so if you are still concerned about investing that little money to buy these sensors and controllers I'm talking about, and the gateways that we use to wire and get this intelligence, you're just doing yourself a lot of harm.
You had an incident. Joseph, we call that we use for practitioner.
Yes.
We got there on Friday. Friday, this was on. Full list, all these were on empty hall. You called, not get director of work, not get anybody. The AC was all over the weekend. An empty hall. Yeah, it was something, unfortunately, it wasn't good to see. Joseph and I, same Joseph that we were there together Friday. When we came on Monday, it was still on. Yes.
So just think about that. Although I understand the loan units surrounding the whole place, and this happens across many facilities. Okay, so imagine how much good you can do, and that's what I always tell them. When you want to do good, first measure and document the baseline. Not that after you have finished solving all the problems, you will now start guessing how much it was before you solve. No, first write down, first record. So I will not start, if I want to get involved, I will not start by helping manage load. I will first go meter everywhere so that I can get their baseline data. I say, oh, based on this 200 million I'm currently spending, this is where you're currently spending it in. So that I get involved in my interventions, I'll cut it down to 100 million per month. You know how much I've saved if I do a system that goes down 100 million? You can get. No. It's not. 400. I will use the amount I save for 400 to 300, for example. I save 100 million a month. Right? I'll multiply that by 5 years. That's my savings. You don't get it. Now, the ideas, the wisdom, the technology I come to introduce that bring it from 400 to 300 per month is 100 billion I say per month. The life cycle of that intervention, we use a minimum 5 years to calculate what we're about to see. What that means is that if I'm not intervening now, in the next 5 years, you have spent million. You understand? So if I'm not telling you to give me 150 million or 200 million now to implement a campus-wide energy efficiency system, I'm benchmarking against 6 billion. You understand? I mean, there was a shock where now only buy one get one free banner. I cover the sensor. You know the sensor for photo cell sensor. Buy one get one free banner. Cover the sensor. Security light in the whole complex was on for 3 months. Hey, nobody was checking the data. The bill comes, the correspondent pay. The list comes, we pay. Nobody's into what data builds up that bill. When I got the bill of one of my sites, 34 million this month of March. In fact, the NEPA official was so afraid, she was so afraid to bring the bill to me. Not known to her that I had developed my intelligence, I already expected it. I already knew what we were considering. So while she was still stuttering, or I don't know how we're going to do this your bill, I was already at peace with it because I already had data telling me what complaint was in that site. And that has led us now to deploy a new policy on that side. We used to do, once you pay your 10 million service charge, it's going to be energy inclusive. You don't have any problem again. But you know what that costs? People are now living 16-ton AC, 20-ton AC on when they go to work. So they ask cheap before they come back. So what we're now going to do is we're going to separate the fair use amount share of the service charge and apply it to the tariff and send them credits to pay. So it was a big arrangement. Convert and apply all the money we collect from them into their credits. Finish it on your own now. And to be honest, I can assure you, within 2 months, the world is sensible. Yes.
How do you now manage when I don't spend money on the building? How do you first consider start when I'm trying to start with those money want to reduce
fear and loss. I just need one for the numbers. Fear and loss. Your strategy. Analysis. I want to spend 200 million to save you 6 billion. We are not talking financial numbers yet. We're still handling numbers and we're still talking about things semantically. Then we say we are spending a lot. If we spend money now, we'll now reduce it drastically. All those are semantic words. I need 200 million to save you 6 billion. I'll give you a breakdown. I mean, how will you sleep as a boss in that kind of organization without giving that a serious thought? How will you sleep? How will the conscience be? You'll be choked by the numbers. I don't use the numbers. So people that don't want to spend money, you know, I said about giving government angle specification. We don't specify well. So we start arguing about price. I bring a proposal to upgrade pumping system. The oral pumps and all those expensive pumps that will give me 15 years working life, right? I bring it 5 million. For somebody who will do it cheaper. He brings 1.5 million proposal. 1.55 million. You can start arguing over 1.55 million to take you forever to reconcile the difference. If you don't go specifications, what are these guys offering? What brand, what specification, what ability, what quality, what is the antecedent of the supplier compared to what I'm doing? It's at that point, and let me not discourage you on it, because at some point, if you are fully aligned with the landlord, you will drop your 5 million and go with the 1.5. You know why? Because 1.5 can be the best quality at that moment, considering the landlord's cash flow. The remaining 3.5, can he produce another 1.5 for me before this one stack up? You know, you're already concerned that they will pack up, isn't it? If you can produce another 1.5 million to replace them in 2 years, please go with his own. Don't keep pushing the one of 15 years. Because ultimately, with the 1.5, they end up spending free money, which is being earned by the 3.5 you did not spend forever. Compared to the 5 million you have spent, like they're going to compare it to. Are you going to compare? So 15 years is good, but 2 years, 3 years, at a lower cost, when it works for that period, it's also good, based on what? Cash flow and internal rate of return. So don't always say quality, cost, or you already know. Always go back to specifications, so you know what you're comparing. Okay. So let's look at types of data collected. You need to have your assets and inventory data, mission data, energy consumption metrics. I talked about this. Your maintenance ratios, planned versus reactive. I said it's more planned than reactive, especially when the strategies are involved. Work order life cycle data. You need space utilization of parts. Many of you have spaces in very expensive places that are not being used. They're not locked up. You don't need to know the cost of your space. Every space has costs. It's not only hotel that you're calculating the cost of vacancy. You know, since I understood space utilization, it's very rare now for me to go to the hotel and not negotiate. Yeah, I only use 250,000 naira. I mean, I think I want to take all the remaining vacancy. So you have like 20. What time? 8 p.m. Not like you can fill out the vacancy. Tell my dad I want to pay 170. You understand? 170 or I walk away, which is 150 0. They are no longer comparing 250 0. It's now 150 0. And 170 is better than 0, isn't it? Then you can take it. Space utilization is a big deal. Asset uptime and reliability, must know your asset uptime. Health, safety, and compliance, big deal. Financial variance, budget versus actual. The financial record must be on top of that. Then vendor performance, how your vendors work, how they operate, the values they give for the SLA they sign.
Occupant versus user satisfaction, what we call the net promoter score. This one is one of the most important metrics of data. You must keep gauging how occupants, residents, feel about your space. Don't have somebody come and use it. Even temporary user like shortlets, they leave. You didn't give them something to feel about. We lose a lot of opportunities. We lost. I went to Rio recently and I used an apartment and they were so, how do I put it? They were so responsive. Like I needed this done, they do it, I needed this done, they were just active, make sure everything is working fine, you know? And when I left the first feeling, I think they want to see for, you understand, they should ask me. So, yes, they should ask me. Oh yeah, that is fine. They should ask me, score us how we did. But they didn't. As far as it's a missed opportunity for them. And in FM, we are doing that beauty over another. Somebody who should have scored you well, that didn't score you well, will eventually score you worse for something you did 1 year later. Compared to if they had scored you well before, not what. You know what I'm saying? People have a way to try to validate their opinions that they have expressed. The ones they not expressed, they're happy with me expressing. Are you getting the gist here? So somebody has before said, you are very good at what you do. They now make a mistake. The person would rather say, this is a mistake, it's not this person's type, so and give you a chance to recover, right? Compared to somebody who has never given you any credibility before, your first mistake will look like you are useless. We use data for predictive maintenance. We use data for strategic budget and capital planning. We use data for operational efficiency and cost reduction. We use data for vendor accountability and SLA management. We use data for risk management and data compliance. We use data to enhance occupant experience. Without data, what are you doing with self? You cannot answer the question. You cannot answer the question. And data can be very simple. The meters, they have reading. If you don't have water meter reading, you don't have to put the meter on your water. Your refuse, they are very refuse. How much kilogram are you generating? I mean, ton are you generating? Small scales can weigh that. Waste contaminant log, recordings. You do segregation, how much cartons came out, how many plastic came out, you weigh them and separate them. These are important data. Then all the energy metrics we talked about. It's a lot. So I'll just run us through some metrics. Plant maintenance compliance, we have several metrics there. Plant versus reactive maintenance ratio, mean time to repair. There's mean time to repair, there's mean time between failures. Those are also very key metrics. You will let them during the FMMC as well. Asset uptime, talk about that. Very important to have that information, functional assessment. I talked about FCI before, right? There's a formula for managing, calculating facility functional index. You will learn that in the program. Energy use intensity. Energy use intensity talks about energy use per unit, per square meter per person. You know, if there's a mall and energy use is going up, you as an expert, not be tracking only energy use, track footfall as well. Because the footfall is going up, reports of energy use are visitor to the mall, because if visitor to the mall represents an amount of sale. Are you getting what I'm saying? So if you are not able to track the value that your energy, you know, your input is energy, your output is the people that visit the mall. If you are not able to relate those and report them, somebody will be pounding over higher energy costs. Whereas the organization is making so much money from footfall, and you are oblivious of where your energy is entering. Lots of data. State utilization ratios. Cost per square meter, cost per person, cost by anything. There are too many costs per ratios that you must always have. And that's why it's not good enough to have total number, just one number. You have to have number tied to a value that number brings. You know, your numbers are inputs, right? What do you give? What do you produce? Right? You have to get that ratio so you can report. I can report my cost going up by 200% every year. And yet my graph looks like this. How can I do that? Because I'm always finding the total cost, dividing it out by the people I'm serving, square meters I'm covering. It is that metric that I'm always bringing down. So if my total is going up, as far as I'm providing more and more service, my average will be going down. If I want to report, I'm not reporting my total, I'm reporting my average metric. So I always do. I can't report on bad because I'm always doing good work. Okay. If we talk about the benefit of data being friendly lots, I want to explore this. Okay. The final thing I will talk about is just this little thing about how to move on from here. Apart from what I told you already, come and say the FM psychiatrist, you want to have be grounded. Don't wait till the next step because you need a lot of money between now and next year. When you get into the industry, you will face the typical choice between going for further MBA and MSc and masters versus taking certifications in the profession. Preference for me is get certifications. And the reason is universities are at different levels, and that's how their degrees are at different levels. Somebody who brings a Harvard degree will be, even if you just say diploma in Harvard, will be employed before somebody who has a PhD from a Nigerian university, right? So instead of stacking up degrees, first get certifications. If you have basic first or second degrees, okay? Okay, different types of training. I won't spend time on this. You have the XFP, professional, you have the facility management professional, you have the CFM, which is the ultimate certification you can have. And these are the organizations that are putting them out: IFMA, RICS, ProFM, I've talked to most of the skills that you need to become a facility manager or to become professional. Let's just watch this video at the wrap up.
I began a career in facilities management facilities master on the postgraduate program. This would give me the knowledge and credentials to be considered for various facilities. After I had my certification, I began applying for jobs in the field and the skills to build on the job experience. I also took the initiative to network and make connections with other professionals in the field. This allowed me to learn from the experiences of those already working in the profession and helped me. Lastly, I stayed up to date on the latest trends in the facilities management industry, which gave me the skills needed to stay competitive. I became interested in facilities management as a practical in November and used my experience working on a project that heavily utilized AI. I was amazed at how much information was available through the use of this technology and the potential impact of increase of efficiency and lower costs. As I explored the use of AI in facilities management, I could see how this tool could help in space utilization, energy, and resource maximization, maintenance, and predictive collaborations. I appreciate the potential of AI, and I want to be part of this. There is also as a typical day, as each day brings its own unique set of challenges, opportunities, and situations. I also have a feeling of accomplishment that comes from creating efficient operations and assisting in building new communities. I get to interact with people from all walks of life, cultures, and backgrounds in order to solve problems and create a better world. Last but not least, I enjoy the feeling of being part of something bigger, as I'm looking to make a difference in people's lives by creating a safe and comfortable workplace. I make a range of decisions, including establishing maintenance schemes, hiring, training, and supervising maintenance technicians, overseeing preventative maintenance projects, ensuring building systems are operational and compliant. That's with suppliers and subcontractors. Evaluating equipment and supplies for cost and quality. Purchasing and installing building supplies and materials. Monitoring and analyzing building components. Troubleshooting and repairing electrical and mechanical systems. Updating records and logs of equipment maintenance. Developing and implementing environmental policies and building safety and security plans. Assisting with building renovations and improvements. Coordinating with other managers on renovation and building projects. Developing and managing budgets for maintenance, utilities, and supplies. And keeping up to date with industry standards and practices. There are a variety of challenges encountered as a young facilities management professional. This includes budget allocation. In facilities management, budget allocation is a key area of concern. You must ensure that all allocated funds are wisely used to meet the goals of the organization. Equipment maintenance. You must ensure that all the facility level equipment and systems are in good working condition and are updated regularly to ensure the highest levels of safety. Risk management. You must ensure that all facility level is evaluated and appropriate centers are able to mitigate staff within their compliance. Beverage compliance. You must stay abreast of all applicable regulations and ensure that the facilities are in compliance. Energy and resource management. You must find ways to effectively manage the organization's energy and resource utilization to ensure optimal efficiency and cost effectiveness. Research and understand the rules, responsibilities, and complexity associated with facilities management. There are many aspects to consider, including operational, financial, personal, and regulatory compliance. Reach out to experienced professionals working in the field to gain insight into the day-to-day tasks and expectations that are unique to the role. A strong work in understanding of the technologies, systems, and processes associated with facilities management. Develop strong communication and problem-solving skills. These are essential in any managerial role due to the need to collaborate with multiple teams to report and performance. Make sure to practice good time management and stay organized. As a young professional in the field, you need to prove yourself capable of juggling various tasks and making sure issues are addressed in a timely manner. Be flexible and open to learning since the duties associated with facilities management are ever evolving. Keep up with industry trends and be willing to adapt and adjust as needed.
Okay. On the final notes, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say we have been blessed by this session. I wanted to share this information with others. The least we can do for the industry and for Max-Migold. While on our platform, the links to this session that we hold and give it to others. Every time we have a session, it's recorded. It's on our YouTube channel, Max-Migold on YouTube. Our YouTube channel has close to 10,000 hours of training sessions over the last 15 years. So there are so many by being on our YouTube channel. You can connect with me, follow everybody on LinkedIn, and you can, chat with me regularly. So follow our page on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and you get useful information. Beyond all of this, I would request that we all be able to be of an exercise now, where you go on our Google My Business page on Google Business and do a 5-star recommendation for Max-Migold. It helps us to reach more.
I asked for only 5-star recommendations. So if you intend to 4-star, 5-star, I don't think I do that deliberately. I give out excellence. I give out from my heart everything I've got. So I also make bold to request for a favor when I need to. And let me tell you something. What I've been doing the last 10, 12 years, creating impact and doing all of these things, has blessed me tremendously, not just in terms of satisfaction, but has blessed me financially. I have access to people that I would normally not have access to, people in high places because of what I do. I have people that can call me up and say, we have this billion-dollar project and I want to be part of it, not because they see me, not because we've had interaction one-on-one, just because they see me pushing things like this out there. So that has come as a tremendous reward for me as a person and for my company, Max-Migold. So if you can go on to people now and do a 5-star review, appreciate that. Yeah, please put a comment. Put a comment. When you do a 5-star review, just go to Google and search for Max-Migold. You will see where you will need to write a review. Please be expressive. If you want to take a selfie, please add a selfie. It adds more to the review. Okay, you want Ella, give him a picture. So take pictures and put it out there. It helps to incorporate the message. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So it's important that we do a little giving back ourselves. Right? Don't take you 10 MB of your data to do this. And a little energy to type a comment to say, I was at this training, what I learned, and this is the impact it made on me. Okay? Because when you do that, the way social media works, the network, and interestingly, recommendations also sells you. It also sells you because somehow you're not associated with a brand that people hold in high esteem. Plus, many of us that are facility managers and our family don't know we are facility managers, our churches don't know we are facility managers, we don't know how much opportunity we are missing out. We don't know how much opportunity we are missing out, from there. My auditor called me one day and said, oh, there's this announcement in the newspaper about social facility management job. I want to apply for it. Why did he do that? Because he knows I am the #1 facility management company to call to, right? If you are in a family or in a group or in a network, they should also know you as the #1 facility manager. When they hear anything facility management, they should also send about facility management because they know you, they can't keep them out short. Because the power of such informal networks is huge. And I keep saying that your network is only going to be as big or equivalent to your network, right? So your network, your success, everyone. So by doing this, you are associating with Max-Migold, and we are happy to have you with us. How many of us are in our facility management training group or WhatsApp and Telegram? The FM training group. Okay, you are there. 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 Okay. So on that group, we maintain that group for people who are still, because once you take the FM Academy, you are moved to the alumni group. It's another life. It's another world. So when you are in that group where people have not taken it yet, we put vacancies for jobs there. We put training opportunities there. We put the launch hour broadcast there. And we allow people to also bring in things that are uplifting, not religious, not real estate or stuff for the page. We control that very quickly. But the idea of that group is to network and see opportunities we have. And then when you are ready to take the FMS Academy, lead towards that alumni, because on that alumni, you'll get express jobs where you will not pass through it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. somebody who is in a role is being promoted is just telling his boss, the next person to replace me, this is the person. So there's no panel. That's express. Get that access. You get latest information. You know, you want to know how much is happening, who has a network for this or a network for that. We share network every day in that platform, right? And a lot of knowledge, a lot of opportunities to learn things that is not out there in public on a daily basis. But the fact that we also reach out to people one-on-one for mentorship opportunities. And when your bosses don't like how you work, they will call us. I know if they tell you they're going to give you a query, it is less problem than if they tell you they're going to come and support everybody, because I will invite you to my office and I will give you a bit of a lesson. If you get into the network that you are like that, I'm sure you don't like that, right? You now have peer pressure among 1,000 people to be a good person for one place, okay? So point here is we are building together, okay? Do the little you can now, and whenever you kind of lift yourself, please make the move. Don't look at the cost, don't look at the challenges we have, okay? All right, final notes, final questions from anybody? Those are mine. I'm having my team to look at the Google My Business page to see how many reviews we're having. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I just have one question. How many times your course training will be here? Not just the training.
Okay, the training, the FMS host 3 times a year. January, April, August. So this is something that we have done. Some people cannot attend the April batch, that's 27th, but they should start paying towards the August or the January batch. So you can pay over a 6 months, 9 months, 3 months period. And what we do when the class you are paying towards is approaching, we give you a big discount because you'll be paying, all along, right? So because time value of money too. Because the fact that you have provided us liquidity by not leaving the money in your own bank while you pay it into our account makes us able to give you 10, 15, 20% off when your class is about to start. Okay. So if you can't pay for the April one, don't say I will pay for the August one and not start paying now. That money you would have wanted to pay down to let's say 300 or 400. Pay it in now towards the. You know what I'm saying? So if you thought if they can bring it down to 300 for me, I would have just paid now. Don't worry. It's all a matter of time. You didn't pay that 300 now. Pay another 300 again. Now that's August. Who knows how much discount you'll be able to get out of it as you are making that payments towards August. Okay. All right, please share your networks, engage with each other. I'm going to give you time to do that so that you can meet each other and know your level of interest and decide if you can form a part of 5 to get 15% or 20%. Okay? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
I want to give you some advice.
Okay.
I just want to give you some advice because the talk is very intense. So there are 3 things you should please note. You guys are aware, this gets in hardcover notes. All those hardcover. Just go and buy it first. Keep it. You will know why I'm saying so later. But just buy the hardcover, the big one. Keep it there. That's 1. 2. Whenever the class starts, I think the class starts 9 a.m. Be here 8. Don't come 8:30. Don't come 9:15. Here 8 a.m. You will meet some people here, your classmates. The discussions you have will help you. It was what helped us a lot. Because at the end of the program, an exam. So that group, a lot of things that you bring idea, I bring idea, we all interact, it help, and we make very good friends. And then the last thing is, when you are getting ready, you are doing the course, you find that it is when you start doing the course, that is when your brother will do birthday. That somebody will do wedding. They were not doing by your wedding before. You will be or that's when you will fall a bit sick. I'm serious. A lot of things will stop you from doing the course. And it's just 3 months. That is 12 weeks. So those 12 weeks, when anybody comes, there's a wedding, there's this, you smile. Because you know that David had warned you that 12 weeks, somehow there will be distractions. It will pain you a bit, though. They may abuse you, but please don't miss any week. The worst comes to the worst. As you are living here, go and join them at the wedding reception. Go and join them at the birthday. But don't say because of things. No, be here for those 12 weeks. Don't miss it. There'll be some not feeling too fine. Take anti-malaria and come. You will not die. You understand?
Any question online? Okay. Okay. You said. Okay, so there are two ways to take the course. The virtual Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5 to 7 p.m. Then the physical Saturday, 10 to 4 p.m. So those who pay for the physical attend all the virtual and have a repeat on Saturday face-to-face with the instructor. That's the extra 200K. There's a meal, there's a live interaction with the facilitator on Saturday. So that's why people like taking the physical so that they can get to advantage. But majority are still on the virtual and are confident about their learning capability in virtual. So the options are there. 750, 950, 20 plus 200K. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you all for coming to this program. We hope to see you the next batch starting next month. And 27. So, thank you very much. Don't worry. And before you know it, it's not to remember. All right. Thank you. Bye. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye bye. Really appreciate. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you
Have a nice day.
for now.
Thank you also. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Biko, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm bye for now. Yeah,
Thank you.
bye for now.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Bye for now. Thank you. Bye for now. Till 28.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the training. Thank you very much, sir.
On behalf of Wicked Location, I say thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to all the organizations. Thank you so much. Bye. God bless you, sir, for your time. Thank you so much. More strength and more grace. We love you, Max-Migold. Bye.
Hello, goodbye.
Bye.